Good morning. Welcome to the 2025 breeding show. We are getting ready to get underway. I do have a few important announcements regarding the Gazelle parking lot. First, if you are leaving your trailer for the week, the committees have asked that you park your trailer on the grass at the far end of the lot on the other side of the red building on the Gazelle lot. Trailers that are parking for the day, please park against the back side on the left when you pull down to the Gazelle lot. The most important announcement I think we all need to hear and listen to is there is a handicap parking area in the Gazelle lot for the horse shows. Please at no time park in the handicap spots in the Gazelle area and leave room around that area for those who are being dropped off. Again, please do not park in the handicap area on the Gazelle lot. In other news, we do have Glamour View Creamery is right out in front of the rabbit barn today. Stop in and see them for some tasty treats. If you forgot something, Sheikman Supply is here. And we do have a new opportunity for food this year in the Burns Hall. We have Root and Ranch Catering. We are about ready to get started with our breeding shows. We are looking for Class 1 January Berkshire breeding gilts to the holding pens at this time. January Berkshire breeding gilts. Entries from Brooke Owens, Grace Shoemaker, Easton Smith, Jace Turfel, Savannah Williams, and Mason Spielman. Oops, I'm sorry, Jace has been moved to Duroc. Again, Brooke, Grace, Easton, Savannah, and Mason to the holding pen. We are loading Class 1 Berkshire January breeding gilts. 5 entries is what I have, but looks like we have our 4 exhibitors, Brooke, Grace, Easton, and Mason. We are ready to get the show started. Again, we are here for the 2025 Carroll County 4-H Fair Breeding Swine Show. If my information is correct, we will follow with sheep and end our day with goats. Looking for Class 2 February Berkshire breeding gilts to start making your way to the holding pen. Class 2 Berkshires to the holding pen. Congratulations to our Class 1 January Berkshire exhibitors. First was awarded to Mason Spielman, second to Brooke Owens, third to Easton Smith, and fourth to Grace Shoemaker. We're now ready for our Class 2 February Berkshire Breeding Gilts. We have 3 entries: Grace Shoemaker, Delaney Smith, and Alyssa Spielman. Birth dates on these Berkshire gilts range from February 11th to February 23. Again, 3 gilts, February Berkshires. We will need Mason Spielman and Brooke in the holding pen, as we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion Berkshire gilt following this class. Congratulations to our Class 2 Berkshire Breeding Gilt exhibitors. First was awarded to Alyssa Spielman, second to Grace Shoemaker, and third to Delaney Smith. At this time, we are going to select our champion Berkshire Gilt. From Class 1, we have Mason Spielman exhibiting a January gilt. And from Class 2, we have Alyssa Spielman exhibiting a February. Again, we are selecting our champion Berkshire gilt, and then we will move into our Berkshire boar class.
We're going to find this. Maybe we're going to find the sweet spot. How about now? All right, I think he's adjusting some sound because apparently I don't think I was loud enough the last time. You should have just told me. I could have yelled. All right, as we step back and study it at the conclusion of our Berkshire show, obviously not a whole lot of them, but I'm very happy with the two gilts out here. The January gilt out of our first division, we talked about her in terms of maybe some maturity pattern things I'd like to change on that gilt. But in that class, I thought that was the one that made sense. That one's the open-bodied, open skeletal one that's got a great deal of internal dimension. That gilt's pretty wide and dimensional and still organized as skeleton. As I said before, the thing that I really like to change probably the most in terms of that gilt is I think she's fine from behind in terms of her fluidity and how she drives. So as you look at her from the side, I don't know if that gilt's quite as secure as ideally one as you watch her go away, ends up not being as good in terms of her weight distribution. The gilt out of her February class I think has a distinct advantage in that as you watch her go directly away from you, that gilt is flatter in terms of her joint work. The longer she goes, maybe needs to flex her lower pastern just ever so slightly, but it's certainly not out of bounds. That gilt comes at me square. She's taller in terms of her shoulder. I think that one fits together really nice. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Alyssa Spielman, for exhibiting our champion Berkshire breeding gilt. We're looking for Grace Shoemaker to return with her February.
We bring the reserve back behind that one, and obviously just a little more classic in terms of what that gilt represents, and I like a lot of that about her. She's a tall-shouldered one, again, a little later maturing, bigger-footed. I like those things quite a bit. Not only, it's not because of her ham-loin junction, but that is an allusion to the fact that I don't know if that gilt's got the same fluidity and drive as she goes away. That gilt's not quite as opened up. I do think this is a little bit more of a conversation because I've alluded to my frustrations on both those gilts. The one that probably just hits me a little harder in terms of initial impression with extra quality is going to be Young Man's January gilt. She'll be 2.
Congratulations. Again, your champion Berkshire breeding gilt was exhibited by Alyssa Spielman and came from your February division. That trophy was donated by John Frock Plumbing and HVAC. Your reserve champion was exhibited by Mason Spielman out of our January division. And that trophy was donated by Kim and Drew, a Perry and Farm, Mike and Wanda Rawlings family. Into the ring at this time, we should have our Berkshire Boar division. We should have 3 entries, Evan Shoemaker, Alyssa, and Mason Spielman. This will automatically be your champion Berkshire Boar. at the conclusion of our boar division, we will be exhibiting a pair of gilts. We have a single entry there, and then we will be ready for our January Duroc gilt class. So Duroc exhibitors, start getting your pigs ready. We will be there shortly.
Well, I was telling Alex over here, it's been a long time since I've been in a youth show that shows boars, and that to me is really fun and exciting. So I think it's interesting when you start studying these out as potential herd sires, bringing some different perspectives, maybe some different directions. I think all three of these boars serve some different purposes, but again, I'm going to hit the one that kind of fits those pieces together for me at the moment in terms of the visual anticipation I have. We're not going to make any calls in terms of maybe marginal and some registry stuff, but this boar right here is incredibly high quality. That one's really tall-shouldered, incredibly square coming and going. That one's good and leveled in terms of his top line. I love the density he has, and still some masculine feature in this side. He's a little short back. You know, whether you like it or not, it's irrelevant because I know what part of the country we're in. That's a very interesting piece, and that's a boar that has a lot of good of it when we start studying, especially making some show barrows and show pigs going down the line. The next two barrel boars are back and forth. They represent different ideologies. The one that hits me just a little harder is going to be young man's boar over here. That one's the longer bodied, the taller shouldered one. It probably reads just a little bit more female oriented to me in terms of where he fits with extension and how he fits together from the side. Now I've got no quarrel with that quite a bit. Actually, the front 2/3 of that boar, front third specifically, I actually like a great deal, and it's probably my favorite in class in that particular division. As you step back and really study that one, I get frustrated in terms of how he handles his rear leg. Not that he's wrong in any way in terms of his function, but he's just not quite comfortable enough. He's a little shorter hip proportionally, doesn't drive to the same extension as he step back and watch him go from behind. That boar, when you watch him go as well, as big as he is up high, I don't think he matches quite down low and pulls that dimension and mass in the lower part, but I love the masculine feature, love his testicle development at this stage. This boar hit me really well when he was out here by himself. Honestly, he looks like a man, and Lord knows we need a little bit more of that across all species right now when you start talking about livestock. So masculine featured in terms of his head and feature. I like that quite a bit, even a little bit of foam. He's another moderate, shorter back boar, but he just kind of jams up everywhere. He's too short fronted, he's short out of his hip and in proportions, but I need him to come with just a little more extension and collectively a little more imagery to be able to move up. Give him a big hand.
Your champion Berkshire boar was exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. Second was Mason Spielman, and third, Evan Shoemaker. Again, your champion Berkshire boar was exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. We are now ready for our pair of Berkshire gilts. These gilts were born January 3rd, 2025. We have a single entry by Grace Shoemaker. Again, I'm looking for my Class 11 January Duroc breeding gilt exhibitors to be ringside. Sarah Bowman, Wesley Brown, Caleb Chamberlain, Graham Hester, Chloe Miller, and Jace Turfel. Please make your way to the holding pens.
Well, this might have been the only single entry in our pair of Burke gilts, but young lady, I'm really glad you brought them back, because I even said as they came through the respective classes, those gilts mirrored each other quite well. And I think when you start talking about quality and these divisions that bring multiple head back in, that's important, but it's got to be uniformity. It's got to be consistency in terms of a program. Both these gilts are later maturing. They're broody in terms of how they fit. Both of them sit with a great deal of growth and just sheer fundamental basics. Really, really nice pair. Please take my congratulations and give her a hand.
Congratulations. Your first place pair of Berkshire gilts was awarded to Grace Shoemaker. That does conclude our Berkshire breed for this morning. We're now moving into our Duroc breeding show. Our first class of Duroc gilts are all born in January. It looks like we have birth dates ranging from January 1st to January 21st. Looks like we have a complete class. We have 2 scratches from the program. Both Sarah and Wesley are scratched. So we should have 4 exhibitors in our January Duroc class. Class 12, February Duroc gilts. You can start making your way ringside. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We made it till 9 a.m. on the first show day before I have this announcement for you. The following vehicles are parked in the sponsor lot and need to be moved immediately. Maryland tag ZFM0581. It is a white Prius, needs to be moved immediately. The second one is a Ford Escape, license plate LZW0337. Again, they are parked in gold lot sponsor parking, and these vehicles need to be moved immediately. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time that I've been the one yelled at for moving a vehicle where I'm not supposed to be parked, so I'm glad that I'm on that list. I think this is a really nice set of January Duroc gilts, and I think this one wins and wins for fun in this particular division. That's a really tall-fronted, square-chested one, and honestly, a Duroc is really interesting when you study it out with their hind leg and how they operate, and I have a theory that we'll talk later about to somebody if they want to listen to me. But that gilt's really neat in terms of how she has her hip carriage still ladylike, in terms of how she comes to the skull with natural width, big bold rib cage, opened up her end to end. Love the vulva size, love the prominent underline. I do like just a little more consistency. I think we're off count, but I think that's a really nice gilt. After that, we end up going back and forth just a little bit in terms of where we want to weight some things. The gilt that hits me the most next is going to be this lighter red, big statured gilt here in the middle. Another big bulbed one that honestly is the next square. It's coming and going by some margin. I like that a great deal in terms of elevation to shoulder. She's deep in terms of her side. I wish she had just a little more turn into her upper rib. That gilt probably needs to be relaxed to their angles just a little bit more, but I think she's more functional, and again, comes with just a little more wolf and a little more growth and productivity. I think that's got a nice brood style written into it. Love that big vulva. I know she's coming in the heat too, but I love the shape and texture. That turns into the gilt. There's kind of some conversation that comes third with this one. Actually, from the side, this is the one that probably front third gets my appeal just a little bit more. Really elevated, runs uphill. Like that gilt a great deal in those categories. She's probably just not as genuine in terms of her mass and density when you study her out of her blade and get under the grease. I do think that gilt's got more turn in terms of the base of her stifle. She's not as good in terms of being naturally opened up. She's not as comfortable in terms of rear leg and lower in her shoulder, and that one's pretty infantile in her vulva. Dark gilt that rounds out the class. Again, another one that's ladylike ahead of her blade. I like that quite a bit. She's a frail, structured one that just isn't as secure in terms of how she operates out of her hind leg. That gilt needs to be opened up collectively for men to end as well. Give them a big hand as they go back out to the barn.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in our January Duroc breeding gilt class. First went to Caleb Chamberlain, second to Graham Hester, third was a write-in of Jace Turfel, and fourth to Chloe Miller. If you're reading down your program, 1, 2, 4, and the write-in is 3 for Jace. Into the ring at this time, we should have 4 exhibitors. I have an added entry of Alyssa Spielman. This is your February Duroc breeding gilt class. Gilts in this class are ranging in age between February 8th and February 20th. Again, 4 in this class.
Actually a really nice class of Durocs, and one that I'd love to discuss with another set of students. As we sit back and study them, I think this gilt hits me the hardest by some margin, and this one is the details that separate this one in a big way for me. That's an immature gilt that's still got a lot of go and grow when you start studying her, and I just read that one's future continuing to get better. The angulation to her blade, how she operates her rear leg, but honestly for me where it starts is the surface. That gilt is stronger in terms of her toes, really good in terms of the spread. You study her as she goes away. That gilt's with easily the one with the biggest range of motion because she's comfortable in terms of how she's organized in her skeleton, good in terms of her rib cage, and still fresh and youthful in terms of her front end. I like that gilt quite a bit. The gilt's going to come in second, is certainly more advanced in terms of just growth and density and dimension. Young lady's doing a great job getting that one presented. Love the elevation of her shoulder, the head carriage that one's been trained to off that whip is really, really nice. Love the levelness. even though its gilt's got extension and elevation, in my mind, that gilt just doesn't organize herself to the same degree as the one in front of her. That one needs to be relaxed just ever so slightly in terms of her blade, but you study that one in terms of her feet. She gets a little softer relative to your class winner. That gilt doesn't have the same fluidity and range of motion out of her rear leg because she's smarter in terms of her hip and how she's go. With that being said, that one's still very, very high quality. She just got beat with one that does details better. It'll be the next two gilts that are both just a little rounder, more general in terms of their skeleton. I think the one that suits me better is going to be the young ladies in the pink shirt, her pink cast here. I don't know what happened, but I'm not going to make her angry in case she clubs me. But that gilt, in my mind, is a bigger footed, some bigger and stouter featured. She's coarser in terms of her joint work. She's flatter in terms of her rib. We need to lay that one back in terms of her front end just a little bit and make her more comfortable in the go. The gilt that's going to round out the class ends up being one that actually is probably the one that's coming in heat and as big bulbous as anybody. Love her when you get right in behind her because she's got a big old booty in her. But that gilt just too round collectively and too frail in terms of her stature. We need to put her together a little more organized.
Congratulations to our February Duroc gilt exhibitors. First to Estella Gover, second to Alyssa Spielman, third to Emma Harrison, and fourth to Boone Harrison. Following down your program, 1, 4, 3, and 2, Alyssa being a write-in. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Duroc breeding gilt. From class 11, we have Caleb Chamberlain with a January 1st. And from our last class, we have Estella Gover exhibiting a February 10th. In the holding pens, we should have Graham Hester and Alyssa Spielman. We will be selecting a champion and reserve. We do have a Duroc boar class following this selection.
Got a 40-day spread between these two gilts, and I think that it just offers a lot of conversation as you step back. The older gilt we talked about in class being really broody. Loved her in terms of her vulva shape and size, obviously coming in heat. Very prominent in terms of underline, need to be consistent in her texture. That gilt, as we talked about too, I thought that one hit me the hardest by some margin. Didn't get into this conversation at the time, but that gilt gets a little longer and weaker in terms of her pasture and flatter in terms of her toes. The gilt that comes out of our mid-February division ends up being one that I think as we start, I made that very clear in class. The strength at the surface, I think, is what tells the story of everything above in that gilt and how she sits with moderation in terms of the length of her pasture and the shape and spread to her feet. That gilt's really organized in her skeleton, still big vulva, maybe just a little fragile and very petite in terms of her underline, but I like the consistency and the maternal feminine, and that gilt just so fresh and genuine. That one's going to be your winner.
Congratulations to Estella Gover. We need Alyssa Spielman to bring her second place from the February division back in.
I think this gets closer, and these gilts do a lot of things really, really similarly in terms of just wolf dimension, performance. I like those things quite a bit. Ultimately, what it comes down is kind of the rear leg design, and Durocs are necessarily not ones that are noted for having some consistency because they're shorter out of their hip. I think it's their muscle tie in terms of how they bulge down low that really alters how they go. But as you step back and look at these two, there's a gilt that's longer hip. It's got more range of motion and comfort and security from behind. That's going to be the older gilt. She'll be your reserve.
Your champion Duroc Breeding Guild again was exhibited by Estella Gover. That trophy was donated by Farmers and Merchants Bank. Your reserve champion Duroc Breeding Guild was exhibited by Caleb Chamberlain and came from your January division. We have a single entry for our Duroc boar. This entry is being exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. We are then going to be ready to move into our AOB Light division. AOB Light division will be next.
Just a single red boar, but honestly one that could have used a little contest. This dude's incredibly opened up, coming and going through his chest and how he sits into the center part of his rib and forearm. His upper hip is massive when you step in behind him. And I think when you start talking about one that's that masculine, that powerful, that stout, he actually handles himself right on his corners really, really well. Really nice boar that we'll see back after a bit.
Congratulations, your champion Duroc boar was exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. We would like to thank our trophy sponsor, Bounds Accounting and Tax Services. In the ring at this time, we have Delaney Smith with Class 21 AOB. This will be your champion gilt, and we have a single entry boar that will follow.
A really nice Chester Gilt in our light AOBs, and honestly represents a lot of things I would expect of that breed. That one's gigantic footed when you start talking about her bone and footwork, and one that's still honestly still really clean in how she operates out of her rear leg. That's a tall shouldered one that's really level out of her hip and big out of her pin. I like those things about her. Maybe we'd like to go ahead and just give her a little more turn in her center body. Maybe it's just a shot more fluid off the other end of her skeleton, but a really, really nice skill for the young lady to be able to present.
Congratulations, your champion AOB Light was exhibited by Delaney Smith. That trophy was donated by Bloom Valley Farm, Keith and Kate Crome family. Trophies also were donated by WM Harrison and Son, Run of the Mill Farm. We have a single entry for our AOB Light boar. This boar is being exhibited by Jenna Rapace, and this is a January 2nd.
An early Jan boar that's starting to show his sexual maturity, is big in terms of masculinity out of his head and tusked up, but that boar's got a big set of testicles in him, which is something, again, things that we don't talk about as much as probably we need to in today's current age. I like that one in terms of mass and just width. He needs to be more comfortable either end of his skeleton. He gets just a shot stilty and straight for me, but a nice young boar for the young lady that's being presented very, very well.
Congratulations, your champion AOB Light boar was exhibited by Jenna Rapace. That trophy was donated by J.E. Turnbull Plumbing and Heating. Glamour View Creamery has moved to the front of the building, and I heard they have cinnamon buns. We're now ready for our bigger group here of January AOB Dark. This will include Hampshires, Herefords, Poland, Spots, and Tams. Again, we are looking for Class 31, Hamps, Hereford, Poland, Spot, Tams, AOB Dark. There will actually be 9 in this class. Again, we are looking for 9 exhibitors. Kirsten Ehring, Andrew Natz with 4 entries. Jenna Repass, Jessica Repass, Wyatt Snyder with 2 entries. Again, we're looking for 9 head.
Obviously, this is going to take me just a moment more, just because this is the biggest class we had. And quite honestly, I like these AOB conversations across species in a lot of ways, but it just brings a little bit more conversation to my mind, because now we're not making apples and oranges comparisons necessarily, but we're sorting apples and pears. And so we've got to kind of bring some breed representation, just find the good hogs, and there's some boundary lines that you can decide where you want to weight your values and priorities from the outside, because we get in the middle of this pack. I think we could talk a few different things and make sense. In my mind, there was no question the Hampshire gilt was going to win this. That's the one that's really big in terms of her blade, opened up in terms of her center body. That's the gilt that's the widest and most genuine coming and going. Love her in terms of her hip, her vulva shape. Honestly, I'm going to say this a few times. My students make fun of me. Where we're at today, I probably get more excited about a vulva that's sloped right than I should, just because we don't see it as consistently as we need to. Don't be surprised, young lady. You got a nice gilt. I think that gilt fits together really, really well. She does some things that a Hampshire's supposed to do in terms of just sheer dimension and back shape. She is also just a little more fragile, and so maybe we like to see them in modern era, and we still organize her legs. That's a nice gilt to start. In my mind, the next one actually is the one that's probably got the biggest conversation in terms of presentation. She looks like she got a little sunburn and rubbed a little raw. We're going to go ahead and take this young lady's kind of rough skin gilt and put her second. I'm not saying that this is not a one that's a little cumbersome in motion. I think we got different conversations throughout in that category, but another one that fits maternal production basics. That's a flatter jointed one than some other options is still within herself. She could be more fluid as you reach that right leg, but you read her in terms of her joints. That one's organization, the skeleton's really nice. That one fits together really well. Big broody type of a gilt that I think sits square coming and going, and I think that's just the next very logical basic gilt that fits fundamentals very, very well. Now as we go through the next set, we've got some hogs that are very highly presented, and I think we end up having a lot more conversation and maybe where I want to be in some spots, because we're right on the edge on a few different lines out here, and I'll admit that very, very readily. I want to make sure I get this right and where I'm going next. The young man's spot gilt right here is going to be in the three spot. And in my mind, this is a gilt that probably brings the most positives to the table. That's a really opened up one that's probably as opened up as any hog in class. Square coming and going. Huge in terms of her forearm. Huge in terms of her foot and bun work. I do think that gilt's flirting the edge, and I think we got a lot of those going that way. I'd like to go ahead and tone her up just a little bit, make her cleaner in terms of her joints. One that's maybe just a little more ladylike is the way I like to see her, and maybe a little neater in terms of her body shape. But that's the gilt that breast fits the best together in terms of skeleton with tandem of muscular and width. I think that's a very logical place to go. Her joints and her feet are okay. I just don't think it proportions in terms of how big and wolfy she is in her joints and her bone, and not necessarily as big in terms of her footwork. As you start seeing behind me, now we're starting to have some gilts that are running out of gas. The gilt that comes next is going to be this one. This one needs opened up in terms of her body. I'm not saying she's the most secure hog I've ever seen in my life. She wants to swivel and tilt out of her rear hip and leg just a little bit too much for me. She's flatter in terms of her upper body shape, but it's in motion is where I think this gilt probably kind of comes against her contemporaries. Even though she's not right, that gilt's more secure and more comfortable. You get in behind her, she's flatter in terms of her joint work. Even now you can see that gilt still got some advantage in terms of just stability and drive in that one. I think those things kind of come up to me as we keep our basic priorities right in terms of trying to build hogs with some future and longevity. Now we're starting to get into some real conversation of boundary lines of just power, dimension, genuine build, and where all those things kind of lie to me. The Herefords are the ones that come next in my mind, and I'm going to elect to use this white underlying gilt next. This one's too skinny, and I'll admit that readily. She's too dry in terms of her body shape. The added extension and collectively elevation of her shoulder draws me up. You get her from the side, even though I know she needs more body and just kind of maternal softness in her center. That one's the one that's got a longer hip. She's able to reach longer off either end of her skeleton. I think we got build conversations throughout, but it's a comfort. It's the one that she's looser made that ends up pulling to my appeal. That falls into the next one, the second Hereford right behind her. However you want to do this, kid, I'm in, okay? I actually like this one better in terms of just being softer, easier feeding kind of livestock. She is really, really plain when you study her over her blade, and in terms of genuine width, she's more fragile in terms of her feature. And as much as I originally want to come in and say that's a gilt that needs to go next because she looks more broody, she's too fragile. She's actually stiltier off either end of her skeleton than the Hereford riding directly in front of her. I just need to go ahead and organize that one and add some genuine width and muscle. The gilt that exited the ring was going to be next. That one's extremely stout and extremely wolfy when we start talking about the spot that left. Huge in terms of her joint. She needs to be longer out of her hips. She's not secure from behind. Love her in terms of density. We just need to make her a lot more sensible in terms of just comfort and embodying that. Then we're going to follow up with the gilt that's right here next. This one is a little more loose in how she operates out of her rear leg with more drive comparatively. She's soft. I think this one's rounder and plainer in terms of her general build and width and just raw density. I think she still needs to be better in terms of her build. And the gilt that rounds out the class is going to be young man's really kind of more white gilt in the spotted division. Love her in terms of softness, easy feeding. You study on top of her. She's too round in general. That gilt's too steep. She's inflamed in terms of her hock. We need to make her more comfortable from behind.
Congratulations for our exhibitors in Class 31. If you're following along in your program, first was awarded to Jessica Rapace, the Hampshire, second to Jenna Rapace with a Poland, third to Andrew Nat's spot 4-1, fourth to Kristen Ehring with a Poland in fourth, fifth to Andrew Nat's ear notch 1-3 with a Hereford, sixth to Andrew Nat's notch number 2-1, seventh Andrew Nat's with a spot, ear notch 4-5, eighth to Wyatt Snyder, ear notch 2-3, ninth to Wyatt Snyder, ear notch 2-1. Reading down your program, 4, 6, 3, 7, 5, 2, 1, 8, 9, and Sarah Bowman was a scratch.
Single entry in our AOBs within our spot gilt. And young lady, I'm noticing you've only brought me two, but there's one feature that you seem to like in them, and that's a really clean jawline. That gilt sits there from behind, how she sits at the base of her jaw, and really neat and stylish from the side. There's still some stoutness of width in terms of her skull and at the base of her jaw too. This gilt isn't the other one though. This one's not as wolfy in terms of her center body. That one's shorter out of her hip and a little more inflamed of her joints, but they're really stylish profiled one from the side.
Congratulations to Estella Gover for exhibiting Class 32, February AOB Dark. We are now going to select our champion and reserve champion AOB Dark reading gilt. I'm looking for Jessica Rapace with her Hampshire from Class 31 and Estella Gover with her spot from Class 32. We then will have a AOB Dark Boar class.
Got a Hampshire out of our Januaries and a spot out of our February gilts. And honestly, I'm going to go back, and we just talked about her, and I made it very clear that I like some appeal pieces, but we need to be bigger loose. As I talked about and kind of recap the Hamp gilt, I want to go back and kind of label her basic. And honestly, I think where we're at in some of these days, we need to have just a little more basic in terms of our mind. I'm all about being progressive, but not in the sacrifice of fundamentals. That gilt does what a Hampshire gilt's supposed to do. She's opened up, she's big top, she's incredibly powerful from behind, she's still comfortable in her joints. I made a comment, I get too excited about a vulva that's sloped right, but I want you guys to study her underline, especially in a breed that's maybe not known for maternal. That someone's incredibly high count, and very prominent and consistent in how she fits. I think that's a very nice gilt. She'll win your dark AOBs.
Now going to bring in Jenna Rapace with her Poland to compete for reserve.
we all want skin and hair dialed in today's age, and I'm not going to be any different. I've got a glare on my head too that I like to keep polished and opened up. Another basic gilt, I think that's where it fits, and just broody, really square, dense in terms of her skeleton. Another one that's good in terms of those maternal basics of underline of vulva. I like to square up her T-row placement a little bit, maybe make her just a little more athletic, specifically out of her rear leg, but she's square and organized. That one's too.
Your champion AOB Dark was exhibited by Jessica Rapace and was a Hampshire from the January division. Your reserve was Jenna Rapace with a Poland from the January division. We now have 4 dark AOB boars. We have entries from Hunter Huff. Andrew Natz has 2 entries and 1 from Wyatt Snyder. The winner of this class will be named your champion AOB boar.
Well, we got 3 spot boars and a Hereford, and then I'm just going to make a random comment that has no affiliation with anything other than just to say it. I actually got a lot of passion for this spotted breed. I grew up in the state of Ohio. The Ohio Spot Breeders Association actually gives away 5 gilts annually that they tow when they exhibit the Ohio State Fair in their own class, and you can bring offspring of that specific or gilt and exhibit in that class too. I won one years ago, and I was very blessed with a very, very good gilt that I had a lot of success with. And so I've always liked livestock of any color, shape, and size, but I do have connections with this breed, and I value the things they do well and understand the frustrations within them as well. It's been a while, and I'll admit that readily, but I do like them. I think when we sit back and look at these, we got 4 nice boars, and we've talked about this a little bit more in the sire, but we can say this collectively throughout. There's a lot of flavors, and there's a lot of direction you can go based on what your priorities are and what you need in your program. But I'm going to find the one that I think collectively does the most good. That's going to be Young Man's Boar over there on the edge. Yeah, give him a big hand. Basics again, and I'm all for going and being progressive, but not necessarily as a sacrifice. To my mind, I don't know if any of these boars are built to the skeleton that I deem ideal, but he's the most comfortable and fluid of this set. Bigger statured one is probably squarer and more fresh in terms of his turn, by still being looser in terms of his lower joints. That's taking away nothing against the board. Goes second because that's going to be him. If you're just looking for wolf back shape and muscle and just sheer mass in his bone, that's a board that you're going to like and find a great deal of appeal. Those pieces are great. I just don't know if he sits and is comfortable in his rear leg. He gets too big in terms of his joint work. He's not as fluid and comfortable in terms of his range of motion. I love the mass. but he's being a little more marginal for my liking in terms of where he fits in terms of joints. The other spot boar is going to be third, and this is a skinny one in class. I've got no argument of that. Dude, he could race a country mile with a Kenyan. I got no argument of that at all. He's incredibly sound, but he just forgot to pack some muscle and dimension to go with him. If you need more structure and comfort, he's going to be a call. We just need more real manimal sheep, especially as a sire. The Hereford comes out and rounds out. It is actually from his hip forwards, probably the combination hog in here in terms of body, squareness of blade, forearm. Problem is you stuck buck off of him. That dude's too opened up in his chest floor and blade. That dude's rear leg is becoming incredibly uncomfortable as he pushes out too much for me. I just want to go ahead and change him in terms of his skeleton so he's got more comfort and flex to make a play up.
Congratulations to your AOB Dark Boar exhibitors. Your champion Dark AOB Boar was exhibited by Wyatt Snyder. It is a spot breed, and that trophy was donated by Brad and Tracy Rillin family. Results of the class: second, Andrew Natz; third to Hunter Huff; fourth to Andrew Natz. Reading down your program: 3, 4, 2, scratch 1. That concludes our Dark AOB Board Division. We are now going to have a class of AOB Dark pair of gilts. I have 4 entered, 4 pairs entered, 2 from Andrew, 1 from Jessica, and 1 from Wyatt. Again, if you have a pair of AOB Dark gilts, please get them to the holding area at this time. Thank you.
Well, I give my compliments to each one of these individuals. They definitely got a theme in terms of the type of hogs they like and program, and it matches kind of what I said in class about them individually. As we go through this, I think the two that make the most sense to me to start are the Herefords. Are they the heaviest muscled? Absolutely not. Are they the ones that probably the most range of motion and kill comfort and still has a pretty look? Yes, and that's what they're going to end up winning with. We're going to have a young man over here with the two spotted gilts. You like power and density, man. There is no argument there, and I am all in. We just need to make it more secure out of the rear legs for me to be able to make the conversation. You get that part fixed, which is going to be challenging, kid, you're going to race a big race. but we got to get it right. Two gilts are going to come over here, very general, and I like those hogs in terms of flesh and feedability. They're just plainer in terms of design, but again, pair together very, very well. You guys are doing what your focus is individually for your programs. My compliments to all three of you.
Concluding our AOB Dark Division with our pair of gilts. First went to Andrew Natz with his Hereford pair. Second went to Andrew Natz with his Spot pair. And third went to Wyatt Snyder with his Spot pair. We are now ready to move into our January Crossbred Breeding Gilt Division. January Crossbred Breeding Gilts. It looks like we should have 3 entries. Lillian Bertier, Mason Spielman, and Jace Turfel. 3 Crossbred Breeding Gilts. For those of you following along, this will be a single class of crossbred breeding gilts. First and second will be your champion and reserve champion breeding gilt. We will then be ready for our supreme breeding gilt drive. Again, immediately following this class, we'll start working on supreme breeding gilt drive. Those class division winners, champions, please start making your way ringside shortly. Again, we're looking for, I think we got Lillian. I'm looking for Mason and Jace with their crossbred breeding gilts.
Only 2 crossbreds, but 2 really good ones. We're going to go ahead and use the chromed up gilt to win. This one obviously eats the black gilt in terms of just sheer mass, density, width, power, all those things about him. But one thing I really admire about this gilt is the true density she shows down low. And it's not just in terms of foot or bone, the spread in terms of her dew claw and how she fits the surface is actually very, very impressive, but still looking like a lady with a chunky maternal look in her head that still fits right in terms of her skull. I would like to go ahead and maybe give her texture of her underline, just a little different tweak. But with that being said, that's a really comfortable, good angled gilt that's got density, mass. That's a nice one to start. The really sharp fronted gilt that comes in 2, and I like that one probably as well as any in terms of just having the right angle and shape to her hawk. That one's really neat in terms of being really ladylike, probably almost to a fault in this particular case. It's a double-edged sword. The more ladylike you take them, the more wolf you take away as well. We need to find that combination just a little bit in between, but nice gilt nonetheless. Give them a round of applause.
Your champion crossbred gilt was exhibited by Mason Spielman, and your reserve crossbred gilt was exhibited by Lillian Bertier. We're now going, your awards were donated by Vaughn Meadow Farm, Dennis and Debbie Utz, and J.E. Turnball Plumbing and Heating. We're now getting ready for our Supreme Champion Breeding Gilt selection. We will only select a Supreme Champion, so we do not need any reserves. We are looking for Alyssa Spielman. While we're waiting for our champions to load, the Community Media Center is streaming live coverage of all 4-H and FFA Fair this week. Tune in to cable channel HD 1072, 1072, and channel 19, or watch it live on CMC's website at carrollmediacenter.org. Your champion Berkshire Gilt is from the February division and is being exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. Your dark AOB is a Hampshire. It is being exhibited by Jessica Repass and from the January division. From the Duroc division, Estella Gover is exhibiting your champion Duroc Breeding Gilt and comes from the February division. Your light AOB division winner is Delaney Smith, exhibiting a Chester, born in January. Your champion Crossbreed is exhibited by Mason Spielman with a birth date of January 8th. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all of our breeding exhibitors here in the swine show. While our judge makes his decision, I would like to introduce Ben Williamson. He coached college teams for over a decade, originally grew up in Ohio on a diversified family farm. He currently resides in Flintstone, Maryland with his wife and manages a cow-calf operation. We are thankful to have him here today to be able to sort our livestock in our swine, sheep, and breeding meat goat shows. Again, put your hands together and welcome Judge Williamson here to Carroll County Fair. The judge will be available at the conclusion of each of our breeding shows for pictures. We do not have an official photographer, so parents bring your phones and get your pictures of your exhibitors at the backdrop.
Well, please give you not a huge hog show, but put your hands together because the ones that are out here in the end are very, very nice. You know what makes this fun for me is we come back to a breeding hog show and it may be one with multiple breeds and some different philosophies is I actually appreciate the diversity that we see. I think sometimes we start chasing specific focuses and I understand why and I'm not anti that again, but we have different breeders out here that are representing different ideals and philosophies, and these are all good hogs and have different skill sets that they bring to the table, not only within the direction, but also their breeds. And without that diversity, we can't make progress. We can go backwards just as quick as we go forward. I think we need to take a moment and just appreciate those different ideals. As I kind of reflect on that, as I go through the different breeds, as the Berkshire, we talked about that one. I thought that one won that division very easy. Very, very good gilt in terms of just basic build and skeleton, very broody in where she goes. That one's deep and soft in her center body, and I like her quite a bit in terms of mobility and how she proportions. Big vulva gilt too, with a lot of slope, a little inconsistent in count. Take that or leave it for where you're at. She represents the breed well, and especially in a maturity pattern. Is that a gilt that necessarily overwhelms me? In terms of mass and dimension, absolutely not. I think that was incredibly fundamental and practical. Maybe doesn't have some extra feature, doesn't have some extra punch as we get in behind her. As we start going through the divisions, I guess the Duroc could be next as we think about that. And this gilt hits me real hard from the side. That one's a really kind of a unique and tangible in terms of still being stout skulled, neat jawline, but still square chested, big bladed and back, still has enough turn to her rib, especially for a red hog. I actually like the length of hip and necessarily how that one flexes and goes and up on her toes. And then still, that one's still green, and I like the fact that she looks immature and young and has opportunity to continue to get better. That's incredibly appealing. I think her count and her underline involved is fine. Maybe like to maybe a little more prominent texture, but nonetheless, I think she fits together really, really well. As we go in the light crosses, so the Chester Gilter one's this big fout featured. Another one that I would say rivals your crossbred in terms of just genuine feature when you study her on the surface in terms of foot side and do call spread. That Gilt's good underline. She's a little steeper for me off either end. The Hampshire, I think, is actually really interesting, and this is kind of the one that's different in my mind. It kind of intrigues me in a lot of different ways. Very classical in terms of what we think about good Hampshire hogs. Big hip, big back, bold-bodied. I like the fact that she still looks like a lady with some junk in the trunk from behind. We still go back to fundamentals in terms of underline and vulva. This is a gilt that actually appeals to me the most. Count, space, texture, fits really well. I love that vulva shape as we go in, and again, we just maybe kind of overlook that a little bit. With a classical Hampshire size, she's maybe not as big featured. She doesn't necessarily drive with her head up, and I don't think that's a consequence of maybe her being bad skeleton. I actually think she's very organized. I just don't think she's been trained that way, but she's obviously not, she's not necessarily the one that's got some extra feature in terms of genuine skeleton and fluidity when you get her from the side. The Crossbreed, if you want to paint a picture and get a backdrop with one, this one's going to be one that I'm going to draw to you real quick. Genuinely stout featured. Everything's got a position in place as you study it from the side, and still being square chested, big bladed, and still just effortless in how she goes into her full rib and progresses into a big hip. She's square enough from behind. Toe deviation's just a shot off. Maybe not one that just overwhelms you in terms of chest and hip, but I like that one. Stoutness of skull, softness goes, just very practical. I want to change her a little bit in terms of her underline specifically as we go through. I think all these hogs have a lot of space, and I think there's 2 or 3 people that could go different ways and name one supreme. I'm going to pick the one that hits me with the most positives and continues to come back and question me and go with those impressions in terms of the thing that I draw to. That's going to be a Duroc. Congratulations.
Your Supreme Champion breeding gilt was exhibited by Estella Gover and came from your Duroc division. Her banner was donated by Dr. William Graves. Her chair was donated by Scott and Danielle and Andrew Natz. Again, congratulations to Estella Gover. Your Duroc was named Supreme Champion breeding gilt. We are going to select a Supreme Champion boar at this time. We're looking for a Berkshire boar, a Duroc boar, a light AOB boar, and a spot boar. 4? We have 4. I think we're ready to go. We're starting with our Berkshire boar, exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. From your Duroc division is being exhibited by Mason Spielman. Your light AOB boar is being exhibited by Jenna Repass. And your dark AOB boar is being exhibited by Wyatt Snyder. Please put your hands together for our boar exhibitors competing for Supreme. We will have one class following the selection of your Supreme boar, and that is your breeding producer class. If you are a breeding producer, start making your way to the holding area.
Well, I'm going to make this comment. I was having a conversation. I was trying to talk this young man over here to let me sit in the chair, and the boar's having to drive to me so I didn't have to work. He didn't think that was a good idea. But I didn't know what Old Bay was till I came to Maryland. Obviously, that's a staple here. This young man has taken this to a whole new level where he incorporates it. He even includes it on vanilla ice cream. That is dedication, man. I like that stuff, but I don't know. I'll try a lot of stuff you're talking about. You might have crossed my line on that one just a little bit. As we come back to the hogs, I think we got herd sires that can do a lot of different things depending on the direction you want, and you just need to keep that in mind. Herd sires are the pieces that we make evolution with. The Duroc, because he's in front of me, that's a tall-shouldered one with added length of spine, huge in terms of his upper hip. As we talked about before, that guy's good enough, especially in his division, to be able to come through and how he utilizes that length in his shape. That dude maybe gets a little tighter in his lower joints and maybe bushes and swivels outside of himself. He's on the edge. The Berkshire is incredibly squared and maybe comes with a little different philosophy in terms of his organization, shorter back, take that or leave it. I know why we use that term. Sometimes I think we overplay it in this business in a big way, but I love the proportions. That was the idea of short back and the origin of it in terms of proportionality and how all parts and pieces fit. That board does that very, very well. Big, stout skull, square coming and going. That's the one I like. And levelness in terms of his tailhead set from an aesthetic standpoint is incredibly good, but how he utilizes the squareness of his the rear leg, I think he does as well as any. Yorkshire boar looks like a Yorkshire boar is supposed to be. Stout skull, good bodied. That dude just gets a little steep and uncoordinated. I need to loosen him up quite a bit and maybe make him stronger in his pasterns. Then the Berkshire and a spot boar out of that division has masculine featured, incredibly long. I think he's production oriented all the way through, and we need to relish and advocate for more of that collectively in the show ring, because those are the fundamentals that we come from. But the problem is he doesn't tie pieces together. He kind of comes in a swivel, slinky back, and maybe one that's a little rounder and steeper off Y ends. But I think that one's got a lot of real world value. That being said, the highest quality boar is the Berkshire. Congratulations.
Your Supreme Champion boar was our Champion Berkshire boar and is being exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. Her banner was donated by Dr. William Graves, and her chair was donated by Jim and Katie Weishauer and family. Congratulations to Alyssa. We now have one remaining class, and that is our breeding producer. In this class, our youth brings a single entry. They owned the mother, made the breeding decisions, and this one pig is the result of that breeding and that program. I'm looking for Caleb Chamberlain with a Duroc, Andrew Natz with a Spot, Grace Shoemaker with a Berkshire, and Wyatt Snyder with a Spot. Those are the four I have. If there's something different, please yell at me and let me know. But it looks like we have those loaded. Again, these are pigs that these 4-H'ers made all breeding decisions about and have raised this pig to this point in production. while everyone is around the ring, I want to announce who's in the ring at this time. We have Caleb Chamberlain with a Duroc, Andrew Natz with a Spot, Grace Shoemaker with a Berkshire, Wyatt Snyder, Alyssa Spielman, and Mason Spielman, both of which with their bred and owned Berkshires. Again, this is an event where each of these 4-H'ers own their sows, which are your mama pigs. They made all breeding decisions. These pigs were born on their property, and they have raised them to this point.
So this is an interesting class, and it's kind of a combination of a couple things when we start studying them, and then the explanation it had to me in terms of the origin of this. This is a bred and owned. This is kids that are taking the extra mile and not only doing what they're supposed to here in terms of presentation and showing and exhibiting livestock. They're breeding them, they're raising them. They have to make some decisions in regards to how these things are coming together, and it's a little bit of a knowledge component. So that was the explanation to me in terms of the origin and anticipation of this class. So we're going to combine a few things, not only in terms of hog quality, but necessarily their knowledge base, so what they showed me in terms of passion and what they're trying to accomplish. If we combine those two things, the Duroc kid, young man with Duroc, wins this class for me pretty in a really neat fashion. Really understands necessarily the hog he has a direction in terms of where she's going in pedigree, and understands the creature, but then we start talking about nutritional plan and what he's doing with her and what she actually just needs to be a real hog. I like that conversation. I like the fact that you're versatile in terms of your understanding. Don't be one-dimensional, kids, in anything you do in life. The sooner you do that, the quickly you become irrelevant. When that goes out of fashion, we need to be versatile. I like that quite a bit. A kid that's really close and mirrors that quite a bit. It's going to be a young man here in the spotted hog. We talked about his skeleton. He's aware and knows the direction of what she needs and how to kind of maybe manage that in some different fashions. If we just sort hogs, we're going to have a different conversation necessarily, but we're trying to combine things. Number 3 is going to be young lady with the Berkshire gilt. Young lady, you got a good one. We had that conversation. I'll leave our pleasantries to ourselves in that regard. And we had a really good understanding of necessarily where we wanted to go. I just like the added depth of the conversation that we had with the two young men in Hedia, especially as we start talking about some actual plans of nutrition and operational plans as I went through. You're doing a great job. You could have won this pretty handily, and I want to make that very, very clear. They just showed me a little bit different fashion and form in terms of the playbook and where they went. The next 3 are doing a really, really good job as well, maybe just not quite as versatile in terms of their depth of knowledge and where we're going and understanding. Young man with the other Berkshire gilt's going to be next. I think he does a really good job in terms of quality. And then we're going to go to the young man with the spot and the young man with the young lady with the Berkshire gilt. All are doing a good job, just maybe didn't quite have as robust package and portfolio as they start expanding their mind.
Results of your bred and owned or your breeding producer is as follows. Your champion breeding producer was Caleb Chamberlain with his Duroc. Second went to Andrew Natz. Third to Alyssa Spielman. Fourth to Mason Spielman. Fifth to Wyatt Snyder. And sixth to Grace Shoemaker. This does conclude our breeding swine show for 2025. The judge is going to take a quick break and do some pictures. We are going to be moving into our breeding sheep show. Again, your breeding sheep show, I will give you a time of start as soon as they let me know. Again, we are going to take some pictures at the backdrop. Parents, we do not have a designated photographer this year, so bring your phone cameras, and we will be ready for our sheep show shortly. Good morning. We're getting ready here to start our breeding sheep show. We're going to start with the Katahdins. We're going to start with our yearling rams, if we have a class of those. I believe we have a single entry. Our judge is talking about how he wants them to come into the ring, and we'll be ready to get rolling. Again, we are starting with rams, yearlings, seniors, then juniors, rams, Katahdins.
As we start going into our breeding sheep show, we're starting off with some hair sheep with the Katahdins with the senior ram, and one that we like. She's not working for the young man. He's wanting to be a little headstrong, I think is a good way to say it right now. But I think this is a very sound, practical, nice made one that's good bodied. We'll look forward to seeing him back in a few moments.
Congratulations to Emma Cole, first place with our Katahdin yearling ram with a birth date of March 15th, 2024. Into the ring at this time, we're going to bring our junior ram lambs, Katahdin junior ram lambs. Behind you, Brad. In this class, then, I'm looking for 7 entries from Addie Collins, Aubrey Thomas, Kara Jennings, Emma Cole, Jillian Schneider, Macy Woodruff, and Riley Barron. This will be class 47. Exhibitors in class 47, you're going to go straight ahead and line up side by side facing Miss Bobby. Stop.
Next lot, first, I guess class 2, the one with actually some depth in terms of numbers and this Katahdin Ram class. I think this one actually fits me pretty well. This one kind of covers a lot of different fundamental basics. Get him from the side. This is the one that's most organized in the skeleton, elevated at his shoulder, sets the level outside of his hip. You study him from behind. He's progressive in his width through his pin, and that one actually has got a little turn to the base of his leg. I think that one just kind of fits some very, very fundamental pieces of organization and quality very well. The next two come out maybe not quite as unique in terms of their balance from the side. I think the next best one in terms of just keeping some fundamental production value is going to be a speckled shaped Katahdin. This one is not necessarily opened up as much as chest. It's hard to get a read because of how he leads on. He's bolder in terms of his body. He's bigger in terms of the turn to his loin. He's got more quarter and stuff, more shape to the base of his leg. Those are the things that I just go ahead and value. The Ram is coming in the next spot. Actually is a little bigger in terms of his chest floor, more turn to his forearm. No argument there in any way, shape, or form. I find that Ram to be a little more general in terms of from the side. He ends up being deeper and not as bold, not as opened up and dimensional in terms of his base of his leg. The black Ram coming out of the next, standing in the 4 spot, to me is interesting because you step back and study this one and he's fighting you something fierce and is making it really, really hard to evaluate. You get him from the side, he's actually a deeper chest one that's a little more fragile. He's rounder out of his hip. He's sharper to the point of his hock. He's hard to get a true base read in terms of where you go look at him because of his fuzz and not being shaped. You go to handle him, he's actually surprising. He's probably got as much squareness behind his shoulder as any Ram in here. I like those pieces. I just need to go ahead and maybe balance him just a little better. Ram comes out of the next spot in terms of the next speckled one, is actually very soft and productive in terms of his body. He's too general in where he goes, and honestly my biggest frustration with him is how he operates out of his rear leg. He runs up into his underline and gets too tightened in how he motions. And Ram comes in next. The next couple don't have quite the same stature, production, and just sheer mass of the pair. This is the one that I like the better in terms of body shape and fluidity. I like his comfort out of his rear leg, actually even better than the one in front of him because I about made a call. The black Lamb, he's not one to work with a young lady, and that makes it really, really challenging. In this particular deal, he's got some dimension, he's got some spread, he just gets outmassed. Really good job.
Results of your junior Ram Lamb Katahdin class. Class 47 is as follows. First to Emma Cole. Second to Rayleigh Barron. Third to Macy Woodruff. Fourth to Addie Collins. Fifth to Kara Jennings. Sixth to Jillian Schneider. Seventh to Aubrey Thomas. If you're following along in the program, we have 4, 7, 5, 1, 6, 3, and 2. In the ring at this time, we are going to select your champion Katahdin Ram. From class 49 is Emma Cole with your yearling. And from class 47 is Emma Cole with your junior Ram. And Riley Barron with your second place in contention for reserve.
As we come to the conclusion of the Katahdin Ram show, I think there's some nice sheep collectively that do what they're supposed to do, especially within the breed. As we look at the older versus younger lamb out here, the older one to me obviously comes with just some maturity and masculinity. It goes with his age and his hormone secretion at this particular time. I think he's productive. I think he's bold in his body. I think he's got a long level hip in him. He's a little rounder out of his shoulder and deeper in terms of his chest plate. I don't know if he's quite as progressive as the Ram standing right behind him. That one actually I like a great deal from the side. That one's got elevation. That one's got levelness, actually extra level out of her hip and really fluid out of his hock. I like the progression. You study that one, how he sits behind his shoulder through his upper pin. In my mind, this is the high quality sheep. He'll be your champion at Katahdin Ram. Congratulations. That brings a 1 and 2 behind her in contention. And we talked about that one in class being just very productive in his body, knee yanked open his shoulder, wants to work his spine. I think this is the better structured sheep that comes with just added dimension and testicle development. She'll be reserved.
Your champion Katahdin ram was exhibited by Emma Cole and came from the junior ram division. Your yearling ram, also exhibited by Emma Cole, is your reserve champion. And those awards were donated and sponsored by Dawn's Shear Style and Dave Penn and family. We're ready to move into class 53, senior ewe lamb, senior your yearling ewe class 54. I'm looking for 4 entries: Clara Collins, Emma Cole, Macy Woodruff, and Rayleigh Barron. Again, yearling ewe class 54.
This ewe didn't want to lead out by herself out of the front side of things. She does better from behind, but honestly, young lady, you got a nice sheep. That's a really tall shouldered, flat mated one that's honestly genuine in terms of her width of construction from end to end. I love the broodiness that sheep represents in terms of the turn and softness to her center body, fullness of dimension up high, and still as you study behind her, she's incredibly square from hock to ground. I think that sheep's got a foraging muzzle that still looks like a lady. I like her quite a bit. As we come into the next white Eastern sheep, I think this is another darker pigmented kind of red-hided one that does things kind of very similar in terms of fundamental, in terms of width of construction, boldness to center rib, and just being comfortable and sound and balanced relative to her contemporaries. Unfortunately, you found a ewe that was kind of a league better, and that kind of puts you in the second hole, but that one's really sound and fundamental. I like her elegance in terms of how she carries out of her head and neck. She just kind of ran into a truck in that particular class. 2 ewes coming on the bottom side of this are very productive and easy fleshing. I don't think they have the same balance and symmetry. This one gets rounder out of her hips, sharper her hock. When you study her in terms of true chest width and how she sits at the base of her heart, that ewe just not near as opened up and not near as square and secure from behind. The black ewe I like quite a bit in terms of her fleshing ability. You've done a good job of feeding her, and she likes to convert feed to flesh. We peel that white tissue off. I don't know if there's quite as much ewe there relative to everybody else. She's more fragile and closed up but down low. That's why she stands where she is, but she's an easy fleshing, good bodied ewe. Really, my congratulations to everyone.
Results of class 54 yearling ewes: first to Clara Collins, second to Emma Cole, third to Macy Woodruff, and fourth to Rayleigh Barron. We're now ready for Class 53, Katahdin Senior Ewes. I'm looking for Emma Cole, Macy Woodruff, and Rayleigh Barron.
Single entry, and I've seen both of them just really recently. Young lady, there's a theme here, and you've got very fundamental, productive livestock. I think I like the consistency and the quality you represent. Congratulations, you're doing a good job at home.
We had Class 58 in the ring. Pair of yearlings with a single entry by Emma Cole. Congratulations on first place. Senior ewe lambs, looking for 3 entries, Emma, Macy, and Raylan.
Really fresh young ewe lamb here. When you start talking about flesh, and that's honestly, I love the honesty that she has in her. Here on the side, this one's long and level out of her hip and dock. That ewe actually is really nice in terms of her underlying balance and quality, but probably the thing that really intrigues me the most when you step back and really study her for what she is the honesty. The honesty in terms of the squareness out of her chest and knee, how she subs up in her sternum and still has a progressive maternal underlying value, the added levelness and comfort and motion that still stays genuine to her corners. I love that in that sheep, and that's a very nice one in those categories. The ewe comes in second. Young lady, you're getting second a lot. And so we're going to have to do one of two things. We're going to either have to break a wall, but I honestly, because what you're doing is you're bringing me a very consistent kind. Bold, productive, easy fleshing sheep that have some muscle and some dimension. They just don't balance as well. But here's the compliment of being second so much. Consistency. That drives me nuts when I can break a wall and then I fall to the bottom. I'd rather just be in the game the entire time. That speaks volumes to what you're doing at the house. My compliments are there. Young lady, another really fresh feminine ewe that I like quite a bit in terms of her head and neck. I think that one's very appealing in those categories. We need to yank that one open just a little bit in terms of genuine width and muscularity and body and get her level out of her hip, but very feminine, very attractive. That's working with you very well. Give her a hand as she exits out.
Results of Class 54 is as follows. 53 is as follows. First to Macy Woodruff, second to Emma Cole, third to Rayleigh Barron. At this time, we have class 52, Katahdin Junior U Lambs, 8 in the class. Birth dates are ranging from February 7th. Actually, birth dates are ranging from January 1st to March 25th.
I don't know why, but this particular class gives me a lot of smiles. We've got a lot of young lambs and lung shepherds, and we're like jumping beans out here trying to manage both sides of it. I think the two ewes up top represent each other very well. They're moderate, they're opened up, they're square-made, they're honest in what they go. In my mind, the ewe that wins is one that doesn't come with any bells and whistles, but there's nothing wrong. That one's the squarest in terms of her chest. It still lays her point of her shoulder in and round out of her rib. You study behind her, she still has a long level hip and square from behind. I think that consistency and youthfulness actually fits really well. I don't think that's going to be the biggest statured lamb. I think she's going to be moderate, but I think she's incredibly complete. Stature is dictated by environment and management. I just think that's a nice sheep. Ewe comes in second. Honestly, I think probably collects her top line to shop better, and honestly, she sets her pin bone in just a little longer and leveler. I like those things quite a bit in regards to what that ewe represents. I don't think there's as much sheep. She's playing her about the sternum. She's not necessarily as big in terms of her forearm and bowed collectively from end to end, but I like that sheep quite a bit on profile. My problem sheep stands 3, okay, because there's things that she's class leading in. Height, elevation, depth of body, without question. She mirrors your other ewe a lot in terms of her kind, but she's not your other ewe, and that's where the conversation really lies for me. She's frailer in terms of her structure. She's rounder out of her hip, and even though she's deep and pliable, and I love her underline progression, that ewe's rounder out of her hip. You study her through her chest, she's too plain for me. She's plain in terms of the shape to her body and head, plain in terms of her feature change, plain in terms of necessarily her body width. But that's a high quality one, and honestly that elevation and height of shoulder, that's going to be a big ewe that's going to give it better with time. I hope she catches up in terms of what she needs in terms of raw dimension. Some will start her because of those quality pieces, and I'm all in. I just need her to have just a shot more authenticity in terms of width and meat animal shape to be able to move in this class, in my mind. But she's a first or third kind of deal. We'll see how she goes. Good luck with her as time goes on, because she's highly presented. You comes in next, young lady. You've been second all day. We slid down the pack. You got the same consistency as you go through. This one's just a little deeper in her chest, off in terms of her neck junction, and necessarily rounder out of her hip. Still productive, still easy fleshing, still has dimension. I just need her pattern just a little better. Taller, more elevated sheep, and this is probably one of the better ones you've had in terms of being later maturing at this particular regard. Height in terms of her shoulder, rounder her rib than a lot of other ones. She wants to pull her hock round out of her hip, doesn't have the same dimension as those in front of her. That's where she stands what it is, but that's a nice ewe. This was a ewe that I kind of went back and forth on, and then obviously I switched on the bottom side. Coming at me, that one's too fragile and now it's closed up. That's a deep-sided ewe from behind, but you get behind her, or from the front, or from the side, excuse me, let me get my perspectives right. She's actually got some turn down her back, the shape to the base of her leg. I just need a front end to match her rear end, and then we have a different conversation. More elevated one with more extension collectively throughout. I read her flatter in terms of her lower third, and from behind, that's where she stands, where she does. You's not want to work with you here, and it makes it really, really hard to look at. We got youthfulness, is how we're going to say it, in experience. She just gets a little fragile and plain and not quite ready to play today.
We'll get to results of our junior ewe lamb class in just a minute. We are looking for class 57 now. Class 57 is pair of Katahdin lambs. Pair of lambs. Exhibitors are Addie Collins, Aubrey Thomas, Kara Jennings, Emma Cole, Jillian Schneider, Macy Woodruff, and Rayleigh Barron. Again, class 57, pair of lambs. Results of class 52. First goes to Jillian Schneider. Second to Aubrey Thomas. Third to Clara Collins. Fourth to Emma Cole. Fifth to Rayleigh Barron. Sixth to Addie Collins. Seventh to Kara Jennings. And eighth to Addie Collins. If you're reading down your program, 8, 6, 2, 7, 3, 4, 1, and 5.
we're not going to have them walk and try to reorganize the pairs, so to speak. So we're just going to kind of talk through this as we go. I do think there's a pair out here that probably resemble each other. That's going to be you guys quite a bit. And it's about consistency. It's about consistency in stature, height, but more importantly, quality and build. I think these two have some natural width and dimension. I think this is a very logical place to go. Two very nice sheep as we go through here, I think, to come in. Now, obviously, we're going to go right to the left of this in terms of second. I don't know if these quite pair the same. I think the ewe's a little frailer. I like the ram quite a bit, but I think there's a similar-esque idea in terms of where you're going in terms of a program and priorities. I think that's really, really important. Then third, we're going to come back to this young lady down here. Consistency does pay, and I want to make that clear. And you're bringing a lot of sheep in. How many sheep you got here? 5. Okay, it seems like way more than that. I see you every class. So either way, I think you're doing a great job. I like that. Got a little more general. The one on the right's a little neater. Probably just doesn't pair quite as well as we start studying through. After that, I'm going to go ahead and select the ranking. We're just kind of going through in terms of consistency and quality at this point. Congratulate them all for bringing multiple pairs in.
Immediately following our pair of lambs class, we will be moving into the selection of our champion Katahdin ewe. Results of your pair of lamb. Class 57, first to Macy Woodruff, second to Kara Jennings, third to Emma Cole, fourth to Jillian Schneider, fifth to Rayleigh Barron, sixth to Aubrey Thomas, and seventh to Addie Collins. Reading down your program, 762-341-5. You all are in the program. Class 55, the selection of our champion Katahdin ewe is next. In the ring at this time, we have our yearling ewe. From our yearling ewe division is Clara Collins. Our senior ewe division winner is Macy Woodruff. And our junior ewe division winner is Jillian Schneider. Reserves in those divisions is as follows. Emma Cole with a yearling. Your second place senior was Emma Cole. And your second place junior ewe was Aubrey Thomas. We're looking for those 6 ewes in the ring. We should have Clara with her yearling ewe first. Then we should have Macy with her senior ewe second. And then Jillian with her junior ewe third.
As we come out with our division winners from our Katahdin youth show, I hope you see some consistency in terms of maybe what I was trying to identify. I certainly am very happy with the 3 ewes out here with contention. Our yearling, as we talked before, was kind of different. That one actually sits there. We talked about the differences between your 2 sheep. This one still comes with the extra. She proportions better in terms of foot and bone. She's square in terms of her chest. She's bolder in terms of her forerib. I think she's similar in terms of her rear leg, but that one's level with a better set. Not saying that other you won't get there. That's just how they read today, because that one's pretty late maturing too. Her better days are far, far ahead, and I'm fully aware of that. Ewe comes out of our middle division. Honestly, in terms of lines, this is the one I like the best, the levelness and length. How that symmetry comes in the lower underline, the shape to her hock, levelness out of her hip, I like a great deal. She's still square-chested. She's not as broody. She's not as bold. She's not as deep, and I don't know if she ever will be, but she does things very, very well, and I like her quality and her look from the side, and I like the true, honest width that she holds. Ewe comes out of our last class and last division. We talked about her maybe being a little piecey in spots, but I thought she collectively was so honest in terms of squareness of her rib and boldness and how she sets that. It comes together, and I still contend that quite a bit. To me, there's a conversation between the 2 older ewes. The one that just comes with just more intangible is going to be the yearling. She'll be your champion. Congratulations. Young lady in 2 behind her, man, you brought a really consistent set of sheep. They're so fundamental in what they do, and that one's no different in how she goes. This might be my favorite of the whole set you brought in. We sit her out here in contention for reserve. She's a little rounder out of her shoulder, deeper in her sternum. I think this one comes with just a better quality skeleton. You'll be 2.
Your champion Katahdin ewe was exhibited by Clara Collins. Your reserve by Macy Woodruff. Your sponsors for those awards was Ripple Creek Farm Lambs and Lynn Talbert. We now have a flock. I believe we have 2 entries, Emma Cole and Macy Woodruff. Class 59 flock. Into the ring at this time, we have a Katahdin flock. We have 2 entries, Emma Cole and Macy Woodruff. If you're in our program, this is class 59. I'm going to try and keep everyone up to date on what class we're in. This should be our, oh, I'm so sorry. There's 3 flocks. And Rayleigh Barron also has a flock. I'm sorry, it went to the next page. So we should have 3 flocks, Macy, Emma, and Rayleigh. I believe we are moving into the Shropshire breed following this class. Again, Shrops are next. results of the Katahdin flock: first to Emma Cole, second to Macy Woodruff, and third to Baron Rayleigh Bryan. Oh, I'm struggling. We're now ready for our Shropshire division. We're starting with yearling rams. We have a single Shrop lamb, and that's going to be a junior ram lamb exhibited by Elliot Weishauer, and this will be your champion Shropshire ram. Our next class will be our yearling ewe Shropshire, and that is class 67.
Single entry Shropshire ram, and honestly, a couple things that really hit me hard in a positive light with this guy is, first word that comes, the word is stretch. That dude's incredibly extended through his front end, his spine, level out of his hip. I love the stretch that he has collectively throughout. And honestly, he looks like a Shrop. His head's really nice, and how he fits the lower part of it. Maybe like just a shot more wolf and power in him, but nice sheep. We'll look back at the scene in a minute.
Congratulations to Elliot Weishauer for exhibiting your champion Shropshire ram lamb. Shropshire yearling ewe class is class 67. Looks like we have 3 entries, 2 from Daniel Gladhill and 1 from Elliot Weishauer. Shropshire yearling ewes class 57.
Nice set of yearling Shropshires, and we're going to start off with the young man's to begin this class. I think we just go back to basics and keep them skelly, organized, and balanced in terms of profile, progressive in terms of their width and muscularity. That's where this ewe kind of pulls together. She's square-chested. She's way more comfortable in terms of her hip and rear leg. She's neater in terms of her sternum. Then you get on top of her. That one's just a little more genuine in terms of meat animal shape as we work down her spine. I love the strength that she has in her lower pasterns. Next 2 ewes end up, I like the body shape and just feedability in those quite a bit. I wish that the ewe, the one, had just a little bit more of that, and I'll admit that readily. These 2 get a little too general in terms of their skeleton, steep and round off either end. Need just a natural more width and squareness and comfort compared to that one, but I like this one in terms of her full rib shape, and I do think she's got some muscularity. I think she's sounder than the ewe right behind her. She just doesn't have the extra dimension, extra style and balance from the profile. Ewe rounds out of class incredibly easy fleshing, incredibly low maintenance. Those are very economical traits that I will always, always, always be complimenting of and in value. She's too deep in her sternum. She's too round out of her hip. She's not as comfortable in her rear leg. That's where she stands, where she is. That's a productive, very nice, low maintenance type of a sheep.
we're now going to have our pair of yearlings. We should have a single entry from Daniel Gladhill, a pair of yearlings. Lining up in the makeup area, we should have Shropshire Junior ewe lambs. Elliott should have 2 entries. Into the ring at this time, we're looking for our Junior ewe Shropshire Class 55 exhibitor. I'm looking for 2 entries, both from Elliott Weishauer. These ewes range in age from January 25th to February 28th.
I think this is interesting to make a call on these two, and honestly, it depends on the moment I look and where I go. Ultimately, I elected to use the added squareness, levelness out of the hip and rear leg, and athleticism of that one out of our hock. I think that just kind of speaks volumes to maybe just a little more genuine build, is more comfortable. I think I was better in his lines, and honestly, I was surprised when I got it right on top of him. Comparatively, I don't think there's a huge difference. That one sits just a little square behind its shoulder, a little more progressive in terms of the edge of its loin as well. I think those combination of things. Now, where I really get critical on this one is why that one's wild, long-fronted. I don't think she ties right. She ties too low, ends up being awkward and plain in terms of her set. I like just a little more boldness in her center body. That's where the ewe that stands behind her actually excels. I like that one in terms of how she sits out on the top of her shoulder, the turn, especially in her midrib, in depth and softness from there. And honestly, in terms of genuine width from stifle to stifle, as you get behind it, I think this one's more delineated to the outer part of its edge by quite a bit. Problem is I think that one's too general, especially when you get them in motion. That ewe gets more prominent around out of her shoulder, around out of her hip, not as fluid out of her rear leg. She needs to be squared up at the surface as that one toes out more. Make your call on the outside, but that's how I'm going to rank them.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 65, Shropshire Junior ewe lambs. First, went to Elliot Weishauer with tag number 1534, and second, Elliot Weishauer with 1560. We are going to select our champion Shropshire U at this time. Your yearling U division, we are looking for Elliot with his first place and Daniel Gladhill with his second. From our junior ewe lamb division, we're looking for Elliot with 1534 from his first place and 1560 as his second place. Again, we are selecting champion Shropshire ewe. Then we will do our flock class before moving on to Southdowns.
Short, sharp show, but certainly very nice. I think the two ewes that are out here for contention resemble each other in terms of lines and then looking nice and how they attach out of their sternum. The older ewe, in my mind, that's the bigger footed one. That's the one that's level right over hock. That's more genuine in terms of squareness. That one's a better built one. She'll be your champion. The ewe behind her is certainly the different one in this particular lineup. She's incredibly productive and easy fleshing in terms of her body. We talked about her comfort and her skeleton. This ewe, in my mind, comes better in terms of levelness of lines, authenticity in terms of muscular shape, comfort of its rear leg. She'll be two.
So your champion Shropshire ewe came from your yearling ewe class, Elliot Weishauer with tag number 1435. Your junior ewe lamb, also exhibited by Elliot Weishauer, tag number 1534, is your reserve. And those awards were sponsored by Carroll County Farm Bureau and Andy and Bobby Schmidt. We're going to wrap up our Shropshire show with a single entry for a flock. Elliot can bring his Shrop flock into the ring at this time. We will be looking for our Southdown division. If I'm reading the program correctly, we have a single Southdown ewe that will come in when we are done with the flock. Congratulations to Elliot, his first place Shropshire flock. That does conclude our Shropshire breed. We will see Elliot and some others back at the end of the show for the selection of Supreme. At this time, we're on Class 80. We have a single Southdown ewe. Olivia Miller is exhibiting a Southdown yearling ewe with a birth date of September 17th, 23. Again, single entry Southdown ewe will automatically become your Southdown champion. Olivia's award is sponsored by Cindy Speak with Cal Razy Cleaning.
Apparently our sole Southdown out here, and honestly a ewe that does a lot of things right. She's sound, she's square, she's one that balances from the side. I think when you start talking about her age, she's a little petite maybe at this particular point in time, but she does a lot of things right, and we can breed a lot of wolf in. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Olivia Miller, for exhibiting your champion Southdown ewe. We are ready to move into our commercial divisions. We are going to start with our commercial ram. It looks like we have a single class of junior ram lambs. That is class 125. Again, we are on commercial junior ram lambs. We have 6 entries, including exhibitors Elliot Weishauer, Emma Shaw, Jacob Guyman, Luke Brower, Luke Myers, and Madison Myers. Again, single class junior ram lambs. Unless somebody yells at me, I believe this should be our automatic champion commercial and reserve champion commercial ram exhibitors also. We're on to commercial lambs, class 125.
Got just a little variation as we step back and study these in regards to maybe some different direction or what you'd utilize them on. In my mind, the young man's ram up front is the one that's the most complete. That's the genuinely square-chested, bold-bodied one that's the best in terms of his general feet and legs. That one still spreads in terms of his upper hip and fluid in motion. Big testicle, looks like a dude at this particular die, but still neat in terms of how he ties his chest. I got just a very complete ram. Ram comes in second to me, ends up being Pieces, and I'll admit that readily. Where I admire him a great deal, especially if you're trying to make some weather lambs that's got some just raw density and hard touch. I think that's where he's going to excel. He's the squarest sheep out here, right behind his shoulder, the turn to his rack, over his loin edge, and his upper hip expression without question. With that, he gets just a little coarse and tight. While prominent about the outside of his shoulder, doesn't transition as well in terms of his forerib as he gets a little flatter or harder there. Maybe like to fluid him up in terms of his rear hock as well, but he's more genuine in terms of his width and squareness than some other sheep out here. Ram that comes in the 3 spot is a big extended stretchy one, no argument there. Probably like that one best in terms of his blade length and how he sits into the sternum of his chest. As you go from there back, he needs to be relaxed in his spine. He needs to be more genuine in terms of his width and dimension and spread from there back. They're really tight-heighted sheep. Most of them actually, I am going to make a comment on the kind of the elephant in the room. What do you do with this one? Here's a baby doll Sussex cross, we think is what he is. I actually think in terms of you get back to practical basics, that ram actually does a lot of things right. He's skeletally correct, he's square and genuine. He's obviously different in every regard in terms of the direction of his mating. I think that one's incredibly fundamental. The problem is does he fit as many multi-purpose uses? And probably not. But I like that sheep quite a bit for what he is, and I want to compliment on you because he's probably one of my favorite in terms of just general and skeletal angles. But he's just so different, he's not as versatile. Good job.
Results of your commercial ram division is as follows. Your champion commercial ram is Elliot Weishauer. Your reserve champion commercial ram was exhibited by Jacob Guyman. Third was Madison Myers. Fourth was Luke Myers. Fifth was Emma Shaw. Sixth was Luke Brower. Reading down your program, we had 1, 5, 2, 6, 4, and 3. We're now ready for our yearling commercial U division. We should have 3 entries. Clara Collins, Elliot Weishauer, and Luke, nope. Did I not flip over? 4 entries. I'm sorry, go to the next page, Ms. Barbic. Clara Collins, Elliot Weishauer, Luke Myers, and Madison Myers. This is your complete class of commercial yearling ewes.
Young man brings a really, really nice ewe to start this class, and honestly, I just think she's very complete. That's a square-chested one. You've heard me say that time and time and time again. What I've told students over the years is I think that's the furnace. That's the thing that starts it all. If they're built right there, their rib shape's right, their chest is right, their angles are generally right, and that kind of works from there back, but it's a progression from there. She's bold out of her rib, progressive in her underline. That's the ewe that's the squares from behind, set her in motion. She's the most fluid, and honestly, I like that one quite a bit in terms of how she sets at the top of her shoulder and sculpts her chest. I don't think that's an outlier one, but I think that's a super complete one. Really good job. The next two for me are a little give and take and where we go. Ultimately, I just think that the ewe comes with more intangible pieces than the natty. I'm not going to sit there and say that I love her underline. I think she needs to be longer out of her hip and maybe just a shot more fluid. She is a longer bladed ewe. But comparatively, when you study, I think there's just more honestness in this one, because when you step back and look at her, the roll to her full rib and how she sits right behind her shoulder is actually the biggest. She handles like I expect a natty to do. Big, upstanding, massive as you work down her back. She's square from hock to ground. Those are the things that pull her up. Now, from the side, if you want to go ahead and line into the ewe that stands on 3-hole, I can understand where you're coming from. That ewe's actually really good, and a stretch is the word that I like. Incredibly extended, incredibly long out of her front end, and goosey long in terms of her hip and out of her how she fits from there back. I think this ewe comes in more pieces for me. She ends up turning in her knee, turning out her toe, isn't as genuinely collectively wide constructed as out. You let her go, and when you get off of her, that one wants a roll out of her shoulder just a little bit, disconnects and works her top. She's just too many pieces, but I like her silhouette quite a bit. I want to take a moment and give the Katahdin her due diligence, because she's the different sheep out here in terms of her origin. I want to make it clear, I actually like her better in terms of her skeleton probably than second or third. I think she's square. I think she's looser. I like how she works out of her spine. I think she's nicer fronted than both those ewes too. The problem is she's kind of a ant, and then she ran into boot, and I think that's what it comes into in terms of her judgment. Katahdin sheep are really good at what they do. Low maintenance production sheep that work for you without having to put as much effort in. That ewe fits that bill. I'd have a set of commercial ewes, a bunch like her. She just ran into more intangible pieces. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your commercial yearling ewe class. First to Luke Myers, second to Elliot Weisshower, third to Madison Myers, and fourth to Clara Collins. For those following along in our program, this is class 131, commercial senior ewe lamb. We have 3 entries, Luke Myers, Madison Myers, and Sophie Hampt. Again, 3 entries, class 131, senior ewe lamb.
He just turned up in this class, and that ewe that starts is really darn nice. That's a really neat square-made one. It's neat in terms of the sternum, how she goes progressive in her underline, and so honest when you get in behind her, not only in terms of boldness of rib and muscularity, but squareness from hock to ground and fluidity. Put that one in motion is actually probably where I like her the best, and we haven't really been able to talk about that to the same degree today in either the hogs or the sheep. Where I value livestock is in motion, and that's where she gives me her best view. I love it quite a bit. Ewe comes in second, is actually more punchy. That one's opened up and big out of her hip. She's more modest and goes with that kind of intangible. That's part of the reason we get in the short back thing in the hogs, and we've done it in other club livestock as well. With that, she gets too short out of her hip and too quick in terms of her step. Deeper into her chest, we need to just go ahead and balance that one with a little more elongation off either end so she doesn't get as quite as square. That's where the ewe comes in next. Actually does have an advantage, extension and stretch as it is. It's clear advantage in this particular category. It comes in pieces well, flatter in terms of forerib, doesn't as progress as well in terms of its upper rib shape and how it works into its hip. That one gets a little sharper and disorganized in terms of its hock placement and motion. But really, really nice ewe that's got a hard touch and a nice square back in her. There's a lot of pieces to build out of you need to be really proud of.
Congratulations to Class 131 Senior U Commercial Lambs. First to Madison Myers, second to Sophie Hamp, third to Luke Myers. Junior U Lambs, Class 130, we're looking for Abby Kane, 2 entries from Elliot Weisschauer and 1 from Haley Becker. Total of 4 in this class. At the conclusion of this class, we should be selecting our champion and reserve champion commercial U.
Really nice pair of top-end ewe lambs in this particular foursome, and I think when you step back and study them, it's a little bit of in motion, but it's the fact that that ewe up front has more presence and just extras when you start studying her. She's neater in terms of how she sits at the base of her sternum, shorter out of her blade with more attachment at the top side. From there back, she's bigger at her back, bigger at her hip, rounder in her rib. Where I'd probably like to edit that ewe the most in my mind is I'd like to give her about 1.5 to 2 inches longer hip and get her to coordinate her hock with just a little more fluidity. That ewe wants to maybe push just a shot and paddle out, and that's being critical of one that does things well, but that's a really nice ewe. The added stretch in the opposing conversation actually sits in 2, where that one pushes, this one pulls. She wants to be able to circle her hock in and does the same thing out of her knee. I like that one, and honestly, she touches better than maybe I anticipate, and I love the lines and the feminine look that she has. Unfortunately, her underline runs the wrong way. She's a little longer out of her blade, isn't as nice in her attachment, and isn't maybe quite as genuine in terms of just sheer width and power and woof as we go through. Yu stands in the 3 spot, actually probably is better in terms of her blade length and how she sits out of her sternum, really nice in terms of how she ties out of the top. She's too frail in her feature. She's plainer to the touch. She's not as dimensional collectively for end to end, and that's where she stands. I actually like this Yu quite a bit in terms of being soft and made, and honestly very moderate. I do think she's better built than I want to initially give her credit for. It probably would have helped from a presentation to go ahead and peel those hocks down a little bit and blend it just a little better instead of creating such a defined line. But she runs downhill, she's deeper chested, and part of the reason that she's so moderate is you go to touch that one and she's pretty chubby, right? I love that in terms of just easy maintenance in real world, but here I need just to have a shot extra in terms of real animal shape. But great Yu, works with you really well, incredibly square made, nice job.
Results of commercial junior ewe lambs class 130 is as follows. Elliot Weishower first, Haley Becker second, Elliot Weishower with tag number 3303 third, and Abby Kane fourth. We're now going to select our champion commercial ewe. In the ring, your first place exhibitor in your yearling division was Luke Myers. I take that back. We're going to do pairs first. We have one pair. We do have a pair of ewes being exhibited by Elliot Weishower. We're now ready to select our champion commercial ewe. Our yearling ewe was exhibited by Luke Myers. Second to that was Elliot Weishower. Your senior first was Madison Myers, and your second out of that class is Sophie Hampt. Your junior ewe first place was Elliot Weishower with 3301, and the second in that class was exhibited by Haley Becker. We can go ahead and bring our commercial ewes in contention for champion into the ring. While we select our champion ewe for the commercial division, put your hands together for all our sheep exhibitors here today. It's been a pretty deep sheep show, and our numbers, I think, are up from the last couple years.
I think the commercial U division has been very, very, very good, and I want to compliment everybody, whether you're standing out here or not, because these have been very consistent sheep with a lot of quality. I'm not going to go ahead and belabor this. I kind of made it clear on the mic that I thought there was a ewe that did a lot of things right, and I think she wins about every category out here. This one will be your champion commercial. Second for me becomes a little closer, and maybe just figure out where your boundary lines is. I think it's between the two ewes of each of their class winners out here. The older ewe is more extended. I like that one in terms of flatness of shoulder. I like that one in terms of just being more fluid in motion, and I think that ewe patterns awfully well. When you start talking about bringing the age component in, she is a little, it's not because of her legs. You study her in terms of her foot. I don't think she's quite as dimensional and big in terms of her feature. That ewe, when you go in front of her and behind her, it gets just a little bit more average in terms of general width and bulk. On the other side, we've got one that isn't that. That one's opened up, big hip, big pin, with that power and just being a little more compact and compressed off the other end. She gets a little more open in her blade, not as neat in her chest, and maybe not quite as fluid out of her leg. With that being said, I don't think that it's out of bounds. I just think it's an ideal draw in a comparison conversation. This one in my mind's two.
Congratulations, your champion commercial ewe was exhibited by Madison Myers, and your reserve champion ewe was exhibited by Elliot Weishauer and came from your junior ewe lamb division. We do have 3 commercial flocks. Please bring your commercial flocks from class 137 into the ring at this time. We have a flock from Elliot Weishauer, 1 from Luke Myers, and 1 from Madison Myers. Congratulations, your commercial flock results are as follows. First to Elliot Weishauer, second to Madison Myers, and third to Luke Myers. We have a single entry in our wool breed division, unless somebody yells at me that I'm wrong. No, I am wrong. So we have a single entry for wool breeds rams. So we're looking for class 151, Nathan Crome with his junior ram lamb. For those of you following along in our program, we're on class 51 on page 9. This is Nathan Crome with our single wool breed ram lamb.
A single entry in our wool breed and comes with a natural Lincoln that's honestly very nice. Has a tall fretted one that comes with some extension. I like his fret end assembly. He's got a nice tight height in him. When we start talking about his fleece, I think there's some luster and spots. I don't think it's as consistent, especially in the lower third, back into his camp and down to the bottom of the base of his leg. But I think it's a nice ram that needs a little time to maybe fleece up a little bit after he's been sheared. But good job, young man.
Congratulations to Nathan Crome for exhibiting your champion ram wool breed. Moving into our U categories, our first division will be class 158, yearling U wool breeds. Again, I have a single entry from Nathan Crome. In the makeup area, we need class 156 junior U's, an entry from Emma Shaw, and an entry from Nathan Crome.
Young man, you might be the only one bringing these in, but honestly, I wish you could use a little contest. I like you quite a bit. I think she's really nice in terms of her elevation, chest floor, roundness of rib. This one's much more consistent in uniform in terms of her fleece and luster and curl all the way through. Really nice job.
First place in your yearling U wool breed class was Nathan Crome. We have one more class of wool breed sheep, and that is class 156, junior ewe lamb, 2 entries, Emma Shaw and Nathan Crome. Your champion wool breed lamb award was sponsored by Cody Cashman.
Got some polarizing breed types out here in the wool breeds, but that's what makes it fun. We're going to use a baby doll. I think this ewe actually sits square collectively from end to end, but honestly, she's just such more consistent in her fleece. I know the fleeces come different directions. That's a really tight cramp, really tight curl in and out one that fits consistently all the way through in terms of density, even in the lower third. Nothing to take away from the Lincoln. I think up top side, that one actually has got a really nice curl and luster as it goes through. As we get in the lower third, I don't think that one's consistent, especially in the base of its leg as we get into lower portions of it. I just like to go ahead and add more consistency, and then we have a different conversation. Nice sheep both ways.
Congratulations to Class 156 exhibitors. First was Emma Shaw and second was Nathan Crome. At this time, we're going to bring Nathan's yearling ewe in and Emma's junior ewe to compete for our champion wool breed ewe lamb. Nathan will also need your second place from your junior division. If you had a division champion ram, please start bringing them ringside at this time. Again, division champion rams need to be ringside at this time.
I think there's three nice ewes out here in our wool division, and I think they represent what they're supposed to do well, and I'm going to kind of talk about all three of them individually for a second from a basic build standpoint and how we stud them from a conformation. I like the ewe up front quite a bit. That one's square-chested, round rib. Of the three, I actually probably think this one's the most athletic in terms of her rear leg. Of the two Lincolns, I think this is the better fleeced ewe by some margin. She's brighter in terms of her curls. She's more consistent down low. With that being said, she still fades and strains just a little bit in terms of the base of her leg and how that fits. She's still rounder out of her hip. Ewe out of her younger class, I think this is probably the one that's more exaggerated in terms of her hock and more prominent out of her breastplate, not as uniform in her depth. We also made a comment earlier that I don't think that one's near as consistent enough in the lower third of her skeleton for uniformity for both fleece collectively, but I think that's a nice extended ewe. Baby doll goes the other direction. Instead of going up like Lincoln's, we decided to go to the floor as hard as we can, which is great. I think that ewe's square. I think she's boxy. I think she's square from hock to ground, and she proportions well. She's incredibly dense fleeced. I think that's a big prominent for her. And where these things fit in terms of being more medium wool sheep, I think that her consistency of crimp is fine. She's not necessarily fine, but man, that thing is hard all the way through. And in the lower third, I think there's a ton of consistency in terms of the crimp from top to bottom and front to back. That's going to be your champion wool sheep.
Congratulations to Emma Shaw for exhibiting your champion wool breed ewe. We'll bring Nathan Crome in with his second place. So your champion wool breed sheep was exhibited by Emma Shaw, and your yearling ewe exhibited by Nathan Crome is your reserve. We are now ready to do our Supreme drives. We are going to start with Supreme Ram. So in the makeup area, we should have Emma Cole's Katahdin. We should have Elliot Weishower's Shropshire Lamb. We should have Elliot Weishower's Commercial Ram. And we should have Nathan Crome with his wool breed ram. If you have a division champion ewe, please be in the makeup area at this time. While our judge is selecting our Supreme Ram, I'd like to reintroduce him. This is Ben Williamson. He is from Flintstone, Maryland. His wife and he manage a cow-calf operation in Flintstone. He is originally from Ohio and grew up on a diversified family farm. He has also coached college teams for well over a decade. Put your hands together and thank Judge Williamson for being here today. And while everyone's clapping, let's clap for our Ram exhibitors.
We didn't have a huge number of Rams, but certainly the ones out here represent quality from their respective divisions. The Katahdin, honestly, I think that one's actually got a real conversation out here, and I know he looks different, and I get that. Difference, okay. I'm all for being diversity. I think that one's square. I think that one's sound. He's level and collective, and especially in that hair sheep world, and specifically for this breed, he's actually expressive at the base of his leg and continues to progress back. Do I think he's unique even within the breed? Not necessarily, but I think he's incredibly fundamental. The Shropshire, we talked about that one being really nice headed and incredibly stretchy earlier. That one's incredibly extended through the head. I love that one's levelness of hip. Gets a little awkward in terms of the set to his neck, which kind of goes with the breed variation. A little more prominent at his shoulder. Certainly this lower third, both in muscularity, width, and roundness of rib, I'd like to expand. Very fundamental, basic sheep out of a commercial division. I think that's the best way to describe him. Sound, masculine, wide, still having enough shape in terms of how he falls and balance and from the side. Maybe doesn't wow you in any particular way, but you don't really have a hole that you want to critique. And wool sheep obviously comes from a different direction. I think that one's incredibly tall shouldered, nice in terms of his blade length and how he falls. I think that one's got enough collection. He gets a little sharper out of his hop that we talked about before. I think top side face is pretty nice. I need more consistency and uniformity in bottom side. With that being said, the one that just fits with no questions is going to be the commercial. That'll be your Supreme Ram.
Congratulations, your Supreme Ram was exhibited by Elliot Weishauer and came from the commercial division. We would like to thank Brantley Wagner for helping Elliot exhibit his Supreme Ram. We're now ready for our Supreme ewe. Entering the ring at this time is our Katahdin champion ewe, exhibited by Clara Collins. Next comes Elliot Weishauer, exhibiting your champion Shropshire ewe. Olivia Miller is exhibiting your champion Southdown. Madison Myers has your champion commercial ewe. And Nathan and Emma Shaw has your champion wool breed ewe. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and congratulate our Supreme ewe drive.
First thing I want to do is compliment all the sheep exhibitors, whether they're standing out here tonight. This has been really fun. And the second thing I want to compliment, both from the sheep show and the breeding hog show, is I love the diversity when we get to the end, because I made that comment there, and I want to re-emphasize it here, that they don't need all to look the same to be quality. There's differences in terms of direction. They're supposed to be different in terms of what we utilize them for, to be able to generate something in a progression and foresight and continue to move forward, and I value that. And honestly, we don't get to do this as much collectively as county fairs, and man, it's been a ball for me, and I'm enjoying it thoroughly. 5 radically different breeds out here, specifically the 2 on the ends, and honestly, I think that Katahdin ewe is darn nice. That's a really broody one that's square in how she's made and really loose, and honestly, especially in that direction, I think she's fairly level out of her hip, out of where she goes. I do think there's better ones out there in terms of being level out of a pin and dock, but I think that one's incredibly productive in quality. I think she proportions very, very well. The Shropshire ewe, I think it comes out of the next division, very angular, very square out of her hip. I like her in terms of how she sets and proportions in terms of foot size and feature from there up. We talked about her being a little longer bladed and not as progressive in her undersline. I'd like to just see a little bit more boldness. I think the Southdown balances awfully, awfully well, and I think her skeleton's incredibly organized. I think she's a shot dainty for her age in terms of just boldness and wolfiness and just power collectively, but that one's really good built. I made no bones about it. I think that one's awfully good, and I think that one can play in a lot of different places when we start talking the commercial. And then we've got the baby doll. Boxy, square. I think she represents the breed well, and an incredibly dense fleeced. The one in my mind is without questions the most special as we start bringing intangibles and commercial. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Madison Myers. She's been selected your Supreme Champion ewe at the 2025 Sheep Breeding Show. And that's going to conclude our sheep show here for the day. The backdrop is open, and we will take a few minutes to take any pictures parents want to take at the backdrop. The judge is available if you would like him. Again, we do not have an identified photographer. So parents, bring your phones and get some pictures at the backdrop. We are going to reset for the Market Goat Breeding Show, and we're looking at 15 or 20 minutes. we're looking for a missing halter. It's a black speckle halter, has freckle family friends on it. If you find it, please return it to the Miller family. We're going to be starting our meat goat breeding show shortly. We are going to be looking for Class 1 commercial junior doe, Class 2 commercial junior doe kid 3 to 6 months. Again, Class 1, Class 2 can start making their way to the makeup area. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Dave Zepp, if you can make your way to the announcer's table. Dave Zepp, if you can make your way to the announcer's table. and welcome to the Eddie Harrison Jr. Arena for the 2025 Meat Goat Breeding Show. We have started our show today. We have a single entry in the commercial junior doe kid under 3 months class.
Single entry to start our doe show, and one that I think obviously comes incredibly immature, but you study her in terms of maturity pattern and how her skeleton falls. I think this one's got some gas in the chamber to continue to grow and be a later maturing one that's going to have some performance. I would like to just go ahead and open that one up collectively from end to end, but I think it's a nice, sound, broody looking doe that's going to be a nice project.
Congratulations, Emma Cole, first place in our Class 1. Class 2 junior doe kids 3 to 6 months, under 6 months in our commercial division. We're looking for 4 entries: Mason Arnold, Colleen Haynes, Hope Rittinger, and Rayleigh Barron. We're looking for Class 3 commercial junior doe kids to be in the makeup area.
We're going to start with the painted doe, and I think this is just really logical. That's a round rib, bold, broody one that's actually the most opened up collectively from the end to end. You get her from the side, she reads with symmetry and actually has some stoutness in her skull and spread through her horn set, but still very petite and ladylike in terms of where she goes. Those are nice and tangible. It's just solid doe to start. The red doe that comes with the frosted ears actually sits with a great deal of extension and stretch as a later maturing one that's honestly got some grow in her. She just doesn't come with the same balance. She's plainer in terms of her chest. She gets a little slinkier in her back, rounder out of her hip, and doesn't have near the same dimension. The lower end of this class, we obviously have a size difference, and when we study these two and think about them in terms of birth date, we basically almost got a May 1 versus a January, so that gives me just a little bit of pause for a conversation. I don't know if this one's ever going to be a huge one by any stretch of the imagination. That one's pretty fragile where it falls. That one's underlying quality is better. That one's skeleton is better, and that's why she stands in the 3-hole. Very high performance one that's late maturing, tall shouldered, like all those things, great deal about it. That one needs more raw dimension and width to make a play forward. Give them a big hand as they go back out the ring.
Congratulations to your commercial junior doe kid 3 to under 6 months. First place went to Colleen Haynes, second to Hope Rittinger, third to Rayleigh Barron, and fourth to Mason Arnold. Reading down your program, 4-1 scratch 2-3. Class 3, I believe we have 9 entries. Commercial junior doe kid 6 to under 9 months. 2 entries from Hope Rittinger. 2 entries from Reagan Feezer Favorite, an entry from Jaden Feezer Favorite, Alyssa Costa, Addison Wagner, Jamison Wagner, and Mason Arnold. Again, looking like 9 entries with 1 write-in. If you have family at home who would like to watch the live stream, the Community Media Center is streaming live coverage of all 4-H and FFA Fair Week. Tune in to cable channel HD 1072 and channel 19, or watch it live on Carroll and Community Media Center's website at carrollmediacenter.org. Again, tell all those who can't make it out here that they can watch the live stream on carrollmediacenter.org. The creamery truck is out front. Glamourview Creamery, they do have great grilled cheese sandwiches. We have Sheepman Supply out front. We have excellent food behind us. Root and Ranch Catering are now up in the Burns Hall.
We're going to use young ladies, though, to win this class, and this one hit me pretty hard as soon as she entered the gate. That one actually puts together a lot of pieces that are very neat and hard to kind of put in place in the same package. Square-chested, big arm, square-footed one that's actually big featured, that's genuine in terms of we're with the construction collectively, but the two things that maybe separate her in a big way from me is honestly presence from the side. That was neat and shallow in terms of her chest and size of the top, really collected down her top line and get right on top of that one. That's actually the squarest back, most progressive in terms of her width. I think that's a nice doe to start. Doe comes in second, matches her in the most in terms of just sheer power and density. That one's a little punchier when you get in behind her in terms of squareness, and still having just harder touch, probably harder in terms of her hide when you go and handle that one. I don't think she's the same creature in terms of how she sets out of the top side of her shoulders. She's a little more petite. And then with that boxy, shorter backed image, she's not as collectively fluid as to go. But I like the squareness. I like the added dimension that she has. The doe that actually probably suits me better from the side stands third in that particular category, and I've got no argument. Elevated, late maturing, tall-shouldered one that actually sits really good in terms of her chest. I like her progression of underline. She gets too plain. She gets too plain in terms of how she taps out of her head. She's too plain in terms of her muscularity and back, and gets a little slinky in the middle portion of her spine. I just need to collect that one, add just a little more oomph into her as you get in behind her. Really a couple pair, really productive, very functional type of a does that don't have the same mass and extras that the doe said. Some, the blonde-headed one, in my mind, balance is just a shot better. She get behind her, she's square in her pin and square from hock to ground. I actually like the black doe right at me okay. That one's square-chested, round in her rib. Problem is she tapers when you get in behind her and doesn't have near enough power to make a play forward. The next doe ends up being a little bit of an interesting conversation. She actually square behind her shoulder than the black-headed doe. I've got no argument there in terms of topside power. She's actually denser in terms of her feature, and that's no argument for me either. Maybe we can make a conversation, but I just read her harder in terms of her underline, not as full. And when we start talking about center body mass, that's an interesting conversation. This one's denser and stouter. That one's just better body. This doe is a troublesome one for me because honestly, you start talking about front end aesthetics, I like her quite a bit. Really raised in terms of the elevation of her breastplate. That one's tall, short, and you do a good job highlighting that reel in her quite a bit because you do good in keeping her head on top of her shoulder and keeping her presented very, very well. The problem is when I study her, I don't think she's good enough in terms of her body. She's not as progressed. She actually almost rises up and gets flatter as she goes backwards. You get behind her, she pushes her hock too much. I need to reassemble her rear leg and make her just a little bit more bold down low. Doe comes out next, has that advantage, but I just read her not near as genuine in terms of density and muscularity, plain in terms of her look, and the doe rounds out the class incredibly sound, incredibly petite and refined. Those are positives. We just need a little more goat.
Results of Class 4 is Class 3 is as follows. First, congratulations, Jamison Lynn Wagner. Second to Addison Wagner. Third to Reagan Fieser Favorite with tattoo number RLFFR02, and that's a write-in. Fourth is Jaden Fieser Favorite with ID number 3340. Fifth is Hope Rittinger with 3325. Sixth is Reagan Fieser Favorite. Seventh is Alyssa Costa. Eighth is Hope Rittinger with tattoo ID number 3324. And Mason Arnold in ninth. Reading down your program, 8, 5, 4, 6, 7, 2, 1, 9. And the write-in is third with Reagan Fieser Favorite. We're now going to select our commercial junior division champion doe. From our first class, we have Emma Cole. The birth date on her doe is 4/29/25. Class 2 winner is Colleen Haynes. Birth date February 25th, 25. And from our last class, Jamison Wagner, her doe with a birth date of 1/11/2025. Your seconds are as follows. From Class 2, Hope Rittinger, and from Class 3, Addison Wagner.
I think 3 nice class winners out here in contention for a division of Class 1. She's a single entry, and we talked really positive about her at that point, but she's still mature. She's got some gas in the tank that in terms of being a later maturing one with some performance and elevation. I don't know if she'll ever quite have enough compared to the 2 behind her in terms of boldness and density. Time will tell. Go home, take care of her, and see what happens. The doe out of the next one is probably the more exotic one in terms of some spots out here. I like this one a great deal in terms of how she ties on top of her shoulder. I like the head shape to her head. She has a little wild horn, depending if you're a full-blood enthusiast or not. That one's really good in terms of the body line and our lines collectively. You've done a great job also presenting that doe, which makes a big difference. I don't know if she's as genuine as what I want her to be in terms of just sheer density and width, collectively in her chest, the roundness of her rib cage, and when you study her down her back. But that's a very, very nice doe that gives a good image. Doe of the last class. Doe of the last class is stouter featured. That one's just really good in terms of proportions, sitting really big at a surface and still flexing and fluid. That one's denser in terms of her body and muscularity, and I think that one's way more athletic in motion. I do want to go ahead and maybe petite her teeth size up a little bit. I think it gets a little big. The extra is irrelevant, but I think that's a really nice doe. She'll be your division champion. Coming in and thinking and reflecting on what was coming there a second ago as I was trying to prepare myself as to what my division would look like, this was a conversation in my mind that I wanted to see and compare as we studied these 2. And we've already discussed that. I think the unique things in her is wild. I think that when you study this one, this is a denser, more naturally power doe. And we talked about her being a little punchier from behind, but maybe a little boxier and needed more extended. I wanted to see this and how it went because I don't think she's unique out of her front end. I don't think she's as good in terms of her breastplate and needs to be lengthened out of her hip, but I think she flexes fine. I'm going to say this depending on what happens through when you start talking smaller shows. I hear this all the time. Well, a judge should have 2 that look the same at the end. If you have the options to do it, I think that that is 100% true. In smaller shows, they don't necessarily need to match. I think the best ones need to win because sometimes you don't have those options. With that said, in this particular lineup, I think the one that matches is the better doe in terms of power. We're going to fall right behind in class and be reserved.
Your champion junior kid doe was exhibited by Jamison Wagner, and your reserve junior kid doe kid was exhibited by Addie Wagner. Sponsors for those awards, we would like to thank Evermore Farm and Bounds Accounting and Tax Services and Legacy Septic and Excavating and Bounds Accounting and Tax Services. We are now moving into our commercial yearling does, 12 to 16 months. I believe we have a single entry from Madison Myers. To the makeup area, we need Class 8 commercial yearling doe, 16 to under 20 months to the makeup area.
A very attractive headed, very feminine fronted doe that comes in as a single entry that honestly is bigger footed than maybe I'd give her credit for when I initially see her body shape. Has extension, levelness of her lines. We do need to go ahead and give this one just more bulk collectively. A nice doe. We'll see back in a few moments.
Congratulations to Madison Myers, first place in Class 7. We're ready for Class 8. I'm looking for the following exhibitors. Emma Harrison, 2 entries from David Guyman, an entry from Hayden Schaefer, 2 entries from Andrew Putnam, an entry from Colleen Haynes, and an entry from Mason Arnold. We should have 8 head in this class. Birth dates are ranging from December 23 to March 13th, 2024.
barns. We are going to be ready to start our dairy goat show as soon as the judge arrives. However, we are changing the order of the program. We have Alpines being the first breed that shows after showmanship. We are moving them to the bottom. So we will be starting with AOP and then proceed with the program.
What we're going to start with is different than anything we've seen to this point, and I think that's a positive and also a little, you got to wrap your hand around a little bit. This one's incredibly late maturing, incredibly tall-shouldered, incredibly long-bodied. All those things fit with a really maternal look that I like quite a bit. You said her in motion, she's comfortable, and I love the stretch. Sometimes we focus on short back things so much that I get tired of hearing it at times because that's got value. Do I think that she's necessarily the most powerful one? No, I think that this one's actually getting pretty over there in terms of flesh to where she's at in condition. I know this type of goat likes to push that and feed into them, but we've also got to keep it in perspective because these things still got to work and keep them fresh where they go. I don't know if she's crossed the line yet, but I'm going to tell you, for me, she's working that direction in a big way, and I just want to make that very clear as we go through the rest of the show. The doe that comes in second, as we like, is stouter featured, big stout skull, big squirt chest, fresher in terms of where she goes. That one's still got power and dimension. She just does it in not a near as eloquent package, and then obviously fits inside. She's right out of her hip, isn't as fluid in her hock, but I like the density in that one quite a bit. Next one's a little more sensible in terms of how she comes to the point of her shoulder. I've got no argument there, and really good in terms of looking very maternal and ladylike, probably better in terms of her hip and rear leg. More I look at her a different, sorry, I'm trying to choke on my spit during the goat show, and I don't really know why. When we start looking at this thing, I just don't think she's authentic enough in terms of density. She's not as stout in terms of her features. She's not as big and bulgy when you get in right behind her, and I read her just so much more average in terms of just power and dimension. That's what stands her in the third hole. You make your call on the outside. This one actually matches your second place one in terms of being stout-skulled and bigger featured and bigger armed. I got no argument of that. This one's too coarse for me. She opens the top side of her scapula way too coarse and round out of her hip comparatively and not near as fluid in motion. I want to make her hind leg quite a bit better. Doe comes out next. Is very extended, actually more fluid, and as we get into these ones that don't have as much power, it's easier to move quicker. Love the stretch this one has. That one's just too plain in terms of just sheer dimension. She's incredibly long spine. I like that. We just need to wolf that one up. Kid, I'm really scared every time you go and do that with me with a fist bump because I think you're coming for my jaw. When we start looking at this one, I think we kind of have these conversations back and forth because this one's another square made one. This one's too round and out of the point of her shoulder, deviates behind her blade quite a bit. Then it gets too coarse and prominent out of her hip. I need this one to flow better as we go. Deep-sided one that gets too round off either end and plain, and a doe that's actually more extended. Well, we need a whole lot more wolf, man. Start feeding her tuna just like you do for football, and we'll see where we end up.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 8. First went to Colleen Haynes. Second, David Guyman with tag number 3308. Third to Hayden Schaefer. Fourth to David Guyman with tag 3309. Fifth to Emma Harrison. Sixth to Andrew Putnam with tag number 0157. Sixth was Andrew Putnam with 00156. Seventh was Andrew Putnam with 0157. And eighth was Mason Arnold. Reading down your program, 542, 376, 1, and 8. We have a single entry for Class 9. Hope Ringer brings us a commercial yearling doe, 20 to under 24 months. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting our commercial yearling doe, champion, and reserve.
All right, big red doe out here is a single entry and one that's incredibly tall in terms of her shoulder, but really up-headed. I like that heads-up look. She needs to be stronger behind her back by quite a bit as she looks like you've been trying to ride her just a little too much at the house, have you? Does she buck? No? Well, you need to try it. Tell me how it works out for you, all right? Give her a big hand, really nice, very practical doe.
We're ready to select our champion and reserve champion yearling doe. From class 7, we have Madison Myers with a doe birth weight of April 20th, 2024. From class 8, we have Colleen Haynes, birth date of March 1st, 2024. The second in that class was exhibited by David Guyman. And from our last class, class 9, single entry from Hope Rittinger with a birth date of November 5th, 23.
Three nice does out here for contention in the division, and I'm not taking the time to restudy them because I've seen them all pretty recently and just talked them. Doe out of a single entry in the Cape 1, as I said before, that's very practical, broody, little rounder off both ends. This is the different one, this incredibly late maturing and big, tall shoulder, love the stretch. I think she balances very, very well. And then the red doe, as we said before, very practical, fundamental. She needs to collect her pieces just a little better. This will be your champion division. The one behind her, as we said in class, is actually probably the freshest one and most authentic in terms of genuine density in that class, and maybe even and definitely in this division. We're going to go ahead and follow her in class, and that'll be a reserve.
Your champion commercial yearling doe was exhibited by Colleen Haynes. That award was sponsored by Farm and Home Services and Bounds Accounting and Tax Services. Your reserve champion commercial yearling doe was exhibited by David Guyman, and that award was sponsored by David and Michelle Parrish and Bounds Accounting. We're now ready for class 12 commercial senior 2-year-old does 24 to under 36 months. We should have 8 does, including exhibits by Colleen Haynes, Ariella Currents, Mason Arnold, 2 from Addison Wagner, Gwen Boyle, Macy Woodruff, and Alyssa Costa. You can bring your commercial senior 2-year-old does into the ring.
We're going to leave these in order out here, and the 1 to 3 as they stand in front of me from my right to left. And I think this is an interesting trio to kind of study and analyze and maybe to discuss it with even in my own mind where we go. Collectively, the one that's the most complete to me is the young ladies. This one, when I study her, the intangible of being that opened up and naturally progressive from end to end and still being neat and flat over the point of her shoulder, effortless in the transition to her forearm, and then having general density from behind, I think is very, very appealing. That does honestly set in motion is where I like her the best. Now, you get it from profile here. The one thing that I'd like to alter on her is probably where she sits the base of her tail head. She's a little shorter or steeper, but I like the shape and flex to her hock quite just a little bit. But if I was going to edit one, I'd like to go ahead and lengthen the level or just a shot out of her hip, at least set her grow bone down in her. But I think that's the combination one that's very basic, fundamental, good at the surface, and genuine where she goes. She's actually the best even in a mature doe as you handle her right behind her shoulder as you go on. The one that's the more interesting breeding piece actually stands 2, and I think this one's probably the more progressive one if you start talking about what you're trying to make in future generations. From the side, that one in terms of setting neat and flat over her shoulder, how she sits at the base of her chest is actually pretty impressive, and honestly, the view that I keep getting pulled into is directly from behind. That doe, is incredibly big in terms of upper hip and pin. She's square and wide from behind. Why does she go second if she has more unique pieces? I think those more unique pieces don't offset the fact that she doesn't proportion the same degree. That doe doesn't near as big in terms of the surface of her, how she fits to the surface. I don't think she's as good in terms of the base of her chest floor, how she stays so generally square coming at me. She isn't as neat in terms of her neck attachment, and she's just a little tighter in terms of her hind leg. But that one, you start talking about putting tail set and imagery and big pin, that one's really unique. The doe that probably matches your class winner more in terms of fluidity, flexibility, and extension is going to stay in the 3 spot. There's thoughts of me that sit there and say that that doe needs to be second from those very specific instances. Stout featured, very maternal in where she goes. I love her in motion in terms of fluidity. I don't think she quite gravitates the same degree as our class winner and doesn't have the extra intangibles as the one in second. She's plainer about her chest floor. She's not near as wolfy from behind. I think that's an incredibly stout, good made one that's really good in terms of production and basics. She just doesn't have some extra uniqueness. And also, I love a Roman nose and traditional headset and horn set she carries. Doe comes in the 4 spot as the next best one in terms of pulling all those things together in natural width and dimension. She just doesn't in a plainer package. She's lower in terms of her stature. She isn't as big and dimensional from behind. That doe also wants to push her hock. Young man, you brought one that's the better, and I appreciate you working up. That one's really good in terms of her elevation out of her front end and being heads up. Problem is she doesn't have enough deer width to collectively throughout. She's coarser and pushes her hock a little bit in motion. I want to make her more secure there. Similar conversation, this one under the grease though, because this one's in a better flesh. Doesn't have near as much natural tone or dimension collectively from end to end to the doe in front of her. 2 does round out of class sound, productive, functional. They don't have as much sheer dimension or look from the side to make a play, but both of them are incredibly good projects for your young ladies. Good job.
Results of Class 12 commercial senior 2-year-old does 24 to under 36 months is as follows. Congratulations, Addison Wagner with tag number 2468. Second, Addison Wagner with tag number 2467. Third, Colleen Haynes. Fourth, Gwen Boyle. Fifth, Mason Arnold. Sixth, Alyssa Costa. Seventh, Macy Woodruff. And 8th, Ariella Currents. Reading down your program, 3852 1476, scratch. Our next class into the ring is Class 13, commercial senior age does 36 plus months. We have 2 entries, Ariella Currents and Alyssa Costa. At the conclusion of this class, we will select our commercial senior division champion.
Two nice does out here, and ultimately we're going to use the young lady's doe up front. Obviously, she's bigger, she's stouter, she's opened up. I think the thing that makes this one really unique in terms of a piece is the fact that she's so big in terms of her jaw, and I know that comes with maturity in her skull, but then she's so good in terms of being elongated and how her neck comes out of her chest. I think she's got a really goose front end in her that still has substance, and I think that's a big positive. Good maternal underline, good uddered doe. Doe comes in second, is deep and soft, and I like those things about her quite a bit. She's plainer, not only in terms of wolf and power, but she's plainer in terms of her head and feature. The young lady, you look a little sad. That's a good goat. You just had one in front of you that was better, okay? Go back, good job, go to work.
Congratulations to Alyssa Costa, first in a commercial senior age doe, 36 plus months, and second to Ariella Currents. We're now ready to select our commercial senior division champion in reserve. From class 12, we have Addison Wagner with tag number 2468. And from class 13, Alyssa Costa with tag number 2144. Your seconds are as follows: Addison Wagner being exhibited by Brantley, tag number 2467, and Ariella Currents from class 13.
This is an interesting division as you step back and study the four that are in contention for Grand and Reserve. And I said this earlier, when you start talking, they don't all have to match. And I think the way this has gone, I think there's three out here that's in contention for those deals that are different creatures. The doe we talked about in the first class, we said I thought that was the more basic one. It was more genuine in terms of where she fit out of the base of her chest, floor, width, and feature. I still contend that quite a bit. I like the smoothness over her shoulder. That one's not necessarily the biggest and wolfiest one. I like that one a lot in terms of just balance. The doe behind her, I'm very happy with leaving her second in this regard. And that's no disrespect, but because I think the pieces in that one are wild pieces. Pin, upper body, how she goes in that room, levelness is really good. She's plainer featured, and I'm not just talking about foot or bone, but even her skull and her head shape, where she sets to the base of her chest, but that one's really unique. The doe out of her older class comes with more extension, and honestly, I like her better in terms of the length and levelness of the hip. Even in her working clothes, she has a maternal underline. Looked like she was good at it. She is good at it with a square chest. I like those basic features. But probably the thing that probably intrigues me more with this one as I step back and study her and take an age into account is, like I said, that one's really nice fronted, neat necked, but still stout skulled and jawed. It looks like a lady with some wolf, and then you study in her behind her. That one's actually the most progressive in terms of spread to her upper hip and dimension. That's the best doe. Congratulations. The doe behind her, as we said before, is a nice one. You just happen to run into 3 Mack trucks in this particular guard. They're all very unique and different. You're going to be 2. Congratulations.
Your champion commercial yearling doe. No. Your champion senior doe was exhibited by Alyssa Costa, and your reserve by Addie Wagner. Award sponsors was DLG Farms, the Guyman family, and Bounds Accounting, and Getz Candy Company. I believe we are now going to select our grand champion and reserve grand champion commercial doe. We're going to start with your junior kid. Into the ring at this time comes your division champions. Your junior doe kid is being exhibited by Jamison Wagner. Your yearling doe champion division is exhibited by Colleen Haynes. And your senior doe is exhibited by Alyssa Costa. Your reserves are as follows: junior doe kid, Addie Wagner; yearling doe, David Guyman; senior doe, Addie Wagner. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. This is the selection of your grand and reserve grand commercial does.
This has been, I know we just went through the commercials and we got to go through the pure registered stuff here in just a second, but these are really good. And I think everybody needs to recognize the depth of quality throughout this entire show, because these twos behind them and some left in divisions still represent a lot of quality. And I didn't know what to expect coming into this, but this is really solid. I think the three does in contention for grand actually have a lot of different good things about them. They're not all the same creature, but they represent the basis in terms of femininity, attractiveness, enough width and power, and still having complete balanced package in terms of a running gear. The doe out of our last division is one that I like a great deal, specifically out of her rear leg. I actually think that's probably the one I find the most appealing in that particular category. She's probably up in her tail head better in terms of security and shape to her hock, really secure in terms of her lower joints and pastern. As I step back and study her, I do think she's incredibly fundamental, stout featured and things put together. I think of the three out here, she's probably the plainest in regards to where she sits at the base of her sternum and her elegance and how she attaches her front end. Not that it's bad, I just think the two behind her do it better, but I love the balance and symmetry in. The doe that's different is out of Division 2, and I've said that 3 times. I'm just going to reiterate the point. That one's incredibly long-bodied, incredibly extended, incredibly good-looking, and loose in terms of her skeleton. I'm not one to say that they're too long as things proportion. I love length collectively across species. Sometimes I think we discount it just for entertainment. Problem is I don't think she has enough authentic power underneath it to kind of complement all those things. She's the one that's honestly the furthest in her flesh and her condition. I just want to freshen that one up and give her a more natural, dense substance underneath her hide. The doe out of our last division, as I said before, this is probably the one that I find the most appealing in terms of her front end attachment and build. That one's incredibly good in terms of her blade length, how she sits in her sternum and how the top side of her shoulder, to be that kind of feminine and good looking with, and I know maturity helps, but that one's authentic in terms of her power and jaw and her chest. I love the progression of width that she goes through, and I like her underline. And as I said before, that one looks like she's really good uttered wet. I would like to change her just ever so slightly in terms of maybe leveling her out of her hip. I know age and production has probably hurt that and made it a little more dramatic, but that one's built really good in terms of her rear leg and how she goes. To me, it's a conversation between the two on either end. I'm trying to weigh in my mind in terms of where we're at in terms of production and take that into consideration. The one that I think is more unique is the older doe. She'll be grand. That brings the doe in behind her for contention, and I think that one is so fundamental. We talked about that in class in terms of being basically good with extras and how everything flowed together. I think the younger one's better. She'll be too.
Dairy goat exhibitors, we're going to be ready to start our show in 10 minutes. And we're going to be starting with senior showmanship. That gives the younger exhibitors time to kind of watch the seniors a little bit, get some pointers before they go in the ring.
Congratulations, your grand champion commercial doe was exhibited by Alyssa Costa, and your reserve grand commercial doe was exhibited by Jamison Wagner. Into the ring at this time, we have our bred and owned commercial doe class. I'm looking for Ariella Currents, Alyssa Costa, David Guyman, Hayden Schaefer, Colleen Haynes, Addison Wagner, Rayleigh Barron, and Hope Rittinger, and Emma Cole, and Reagan Feeser Favorite.
I'm not going to necessarily re-talk all these because if you haven't figured it out, I'm pretty transparent with what's going through my mind, right, wrong, or indifferent. But I want to make a comment in terms of where we're at. One, I think this is an incredibly special class to be bred and owned because these kids are taking different approaches in a year-round project, making management and breeding decisions, and understanding more of the husbandry, nutrition, and everything else when you go. This is incredibly classical. The other thing I want to say too is we come back out here and our top 3 does are already the ones that were in contention for Grand Reserve. I think that speaks even more volumes. Congratulations to everybody in this class. Give them a big hand.
I'm going to go ahead and read through our placings. Please yell at me if I don't have them right. Here we go. You ready? Here we go, Miss Joanne. I gotcha. First was Alyssa Costa. Second, Addison Wagner. Third, Colleen Haynes. Fourth, David Guyman. Fifth, Hayden Schaefer. Sixth, Reagan Fieser Favorite. Seventh, Ariella Currents. Eighth, Hope Rittinger. Ninth, Emma Cole. 10th, Riley Barron. Congratulations to all our bred and own exhibitors. For those of you ringside who are unfamiliar, bred and own means that the youth that was just out here owned the parent, made the breeding decision, and have raised what they were showing out here from birth. That does conclude our commercial